The desert remembers everything. Beneath the shifting sands of Egypt lie answers to questions that have haunted humanity for millennia, questions that grow more perplexing with each archaeological discovery, each new technology we turn toward these ancient stones. Tonight, we journey through 37 mysteries that modern science cannot fully explain, from the impossible precision of pyramid construction to hieroglyphs that seem to depict flying machines, from vanished queens whose tombs elude every search to medical procedures that shouldn't have been possible 4,000 years ago. Here, in the gentle darkness, we'll explore the labyrinth beneath Hawara that classical writers described but archaeologists cannot find. We'll examine the granite boxes at the Serapeum, carved with tolerances that challenge our understanding of ancient capabilities. We'll stand before the Great Sphinx and consider the evidence that it may be far older than we've been taught. The ancient Egyptians left us riddles carved in stone, painted on tomb walls, and buried in desert sands. 4 hours of quiet investigation awaits. Let the weight of deep time settle around you as we begin this descent into the unknown. The enigma of the Great Pyramid's construction. When French archaeologist Flinders Petrie first measured the Great Pyramid's base in 1880, his instruments revealed something that shouldn't have been possible. The margin of error across the entire 756-foot foundation was less than the width of a human thumb. For 4,500 years, this monument has stood as Egypt's most enduring riddle, not just because of its size, though its 2.3 million stone blocks could build a wall around France, but because of what those measurements tell us about the people who built it. The Great Pyramid isn't simply large, it's geometrically perfect in ways that challenge everything we think we know about ancient capabilities. Its base forms a square so precise that the longest side differs from the shortest by just 2.3 centimeters. The entire structure aligns to true north, with an accuracy of 3/60ths of a single degree. Modern construction projects with laser levels and satellite guidance rarely achieve this level of precision. Yet somehow, around 2580 BCE, teams of ancient workers quarried, transported, and positioned blocks weighing up to 15 tons each with tolerances that would impress contemporary engineers. The joints between these massive stones are so tight that you can't slip a knife blade between them. Dr. Mark Lehner has spent decades studying pyramid construction. His excavations around the Giza complex have revealed worker villages, bakeries, and evidence of a sophisticated support system that fed thousands of people. But even with this context, fundamental questions remain unanswered. The precision isn't accidental. Every measurement reveals intentional mathematical relationships. The pyramid's height multiplied by 1 billion approximates the distance from Earth to the Sun. The ratio of its perimeter to its height equals pi, accurate to 15 decimal places. The structure encodes the golden ratio, the speed of light in meters per second, and the exact length of the solar year. These aren't coincidences, they're embedded in the architecture itself. Consider the internal passages. The Grand Gallery rises at an angle of 26.18 degrees, precisely half the pyramid's face angle. The King's Chamber sits at exactly 1/5 of the pyramid's height. The Queen's Chamber aligns with specific star positions as they appeared in 2500 BCE, but it's the construction technique that truly baffles researchers. Each limestone block in the pyramid weighs between 2 and 15 tons. The granite blocks in the King's Chamber weigh up to 80 tons. The nearest granite quarry lies 500 miles south in Aswan. The limestone came from Tura, across the Nile, famous for its quality but requiring precise extraction to maintain structural integrity. Conventional archaeology suggests these blocks were quarried with copper tools, transported on wooden rollers, and lifted using ramps. Yet experiments replicating these methods have never successfully moved blocks of comparable size across similar distances. Copper tools, even hardened with arsenic, would have required constant resharpening and replacement on this scale. The ramp theory presents its own problems. A straight ramp tall enough to reach the pyramid's peak would have required more construction material than the pyramid itself. A spiral ramp would have left traces in the structure's exterior, traces that don't exist. Then there's the speed of construction. If we accept the traditional 20-year timeline, workers would have needed to precisely place one block every 2 minutes, working 10 hours a day for 2 decades. This assumes perfect weather, no mistakes, and continuous material supply from quarries hundreds of miles away, recent discoveries have deepened the mystery rather than solved it. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed voids within the pyramid, spaces that don't appear on any architectural plan. Thermal scanning shows temperature anomalies that suggest hidden chambers or passages. Muon tomography, a technique borrowed from particle physics, has confirmed the existence of at least one large void above the Grand Gallery. What's inside these spaces remains unknown. 3 separate research teams have requested permission to explore them. All 3 have been denied. The mortar between the blocks presents another puzzle. Chemical analysis reveals it's stronger than the limestone blocks themselves. The recipe has been partially reverse-engineered, but attempts to reproduce its exact properties have failed. How did ancient chemists develop a bonding agent superior to modern concrete? Dr. Christopher Dunn, a precision machinist turned pyramid researcher, has documented evidence of what appears to be machine-level accuracy throughout the structure. Tool marks on granite surfaces show characteristics consistent with high-speed cutting. The sarcophagus in the king's chamber displays geometric precision that would challenge contemporary stoneworkers equipped with diamond-tipped tools. The internal passages contain acoustic properties that seem intentionally designed. Standing in the king's chamber and speaking at specific frequencies produces resonance effects that amplify sound in remarkable ways. The chamber dimensions create harmonic ratios found in musical theory, ratios that wouldn't be formally described by mathematicians for another 2,000 years. More troubling for conventional theories is the complete absence of hieroglyphic inscriptions inside the Great Pyramid. Every other significant Egyptian structure contains extensive wall texts describing its purpose, construction, and religious significance. The Great Pyramid's interior passages are entirely blank, unprecedented for a pharaoh's tomb. Recent analysis of the pyramid's orientation reveals another layer of sophistication. The structure doesn't just align with cardinal directions, it aligns with specific stellar positions as they appeared during construction. The southern shaft from the king's chamber points directly where Orion's belt would have been visible, a constellation Egyptians associated with Osiris, god of the afterlife. But Orion's position changes over time due to precession. The alignment only works for the exact period when construction allegedly took place. This suggests either remarkable astronomical knowledge or remarkable coincidence. The Great Pyramid remains the only surviving wonder of the ancient world. It was already over 1,000 years old when the Parthenon was built, nearly 2,000 years old when Christ walked the earth. For most of recorded history, it was the tallest human-made structure on the planet. Yet we still can't definitively explain how it was built, why it was built, or even who truly built it. Every answer leads to more questions. Every measurement reveals new mysteries. The desert winds that have scoured its surface for millennia seem to whisper a simple truth: some secrets keep themselves. The Sphinx, guardian of secrets. When geologist Robert Schoch first examined the weathering patterns on the Sphinx in the early 1990s, he discovered something that would challenge everything Egyptologists believed about this ancient monument. The erosion carved into its limestone body told a story that didn't match the accepted timeline, a story written in stone by water, not wind. For over 4,500 years, the Great Sphinx has gazed eastward across the Giza Plateau, its weathered face bearing witness to the rise and fall of dynasties, the passage of countless desert storms, and the endless questions of those who stand before it. Yet this colossal guardian remains as enigmatic today as it was to the ancient Greeks who first named it. Combining the wisdom of humanity with the strength of the lion, the official narrative places the Sphinx's creation during the reign of Pharaoh Khufu, around 2500 BCE. Carved from a single outcrop of limestone, standing 66 feet high and stretching 240 feet in length, it represents one of humanity's most ambitious sculptural achievements. But the deeper we examine this monument, the more questions emerge from the shadows of conventional archaeology. Schoch's geological analysis revealed something unprecedented. The vertical weathering patterns on the Sphinx's enclosure walls suggested prolonged exposure to heavy rainfall, the kind of precipitation the Sahara hasn't experienced for thousands of years before the accepted construction date. These deep, rounded channels carved by cascading water tell a different story than the horizontal weathering patterns typical of wind and sand erosion found on other monuments in the region. The implications were staggering. If Shok's analysis was correct, the Sphinx predated not just Khafre's reign, but possibly the entire dynastic period of ancient Egypt. This would push its origins back to a time when the Sahara was green, when rivers flowed where now only sand remains, when an unknown civilization possessed the knowledge and capability to create this monumental sculpture. The face of the Sphinx presents its own puzzle. Traditional Egyptology teaches us that the human head represents Pharaoh Khafre, carved in his divine likeness. Yet when we examine the proportions, something doesn't align. The head appears disproportionately small compared to the massive lion's body, as if it were recarved from something larger, something originally different. Computer analysis and forensic facial reconstruction have raised additional questions about the face's identity. The features don't match known depictions of Khafre found in other monuments and artifacts. Some researchers suggest the face may have been recarved multiple times throughout history, each ruler attempting to claim ownership of this ancient wonder for their own legacy. Beneath the Sphinx, ground-penetrating radar has detected what appears to be a network of chambers and tunnels. These hidden spaces, referenced in ancient texts and local legends, have remained largely unexplored. The Egyptian authorities have been reluctant to authorize extensive excavation, leaving these underground mysteries intact. What knowledge might these chambers contain? What artifacts or inscriptions might shed light on the Sphinx's true origins? The ancient Egyptians themselves left surprisingly few records about the Sphinx's creation. For a civilization that meticulously documented their architectural achievements, this absence of documentation is remarkable. The earliest known reference appears on the dream stele of Thutmose IV, placed between the Sphinx's paws around 1400 BCE, more than 1,000 years after its supposed construction. Even this inscription speaks of the monument as already ancient, requiring restoration and clearing from accumulated sand. Local Arab traditions have long referred to the Sphinx as Abu al-Hal, the father of terror. These oral histories, passed down through generations, speak of the monument as a guardian of forbidden knowledge, a keeper of secrets that predate recorded history. Such consistent cultural memory suggests the Sphinx held significance beyond its role as a royal monument. The alignment of the Sphinx has sparked additional theories about its purpose and age. During the spring equinox, the monument gazes directly toward the rising sun, but computer models suggest this alignment would have been even more precise thousands of years earlier, when the constellation Leo, the lion, would have dominated the pre-dawn sky. This astronomical correlation has led some researchers to propose the Sphinx was originally conceived as a celestial marker, anchoring Earth to sky in ways we're only beginning to understand. Modern drilling samples from the Sphinx's body have revealed internal stress patterns consistent with prolonged water exposure, supporting the geological evidence for an age far greater than traditionally accepted. Microscopic analysis of the limestone shows chemical alterations typically associated with sustained moisture, anomalous in a region characterized by exceptional aridity for millennia. The restoration attempts throughout history have added layers to the mystery. Roman repairs, Islamic modifications, and modern conservation efforts have each left their mark, creating a palimpsest of human intervention written across the monument's surface. Each restoration has potentially obscured original details while adding new elements, making the task of understanding the Sphinx's original form increasingly complex. What makes the Sphinx controversy particularly intriguing is the institutional resistance to alternative theories about its age. While geological evidence suggests greater antiquity, archaeological consensus maintains the traditional dating. This disconnect between different scientific disciplines highlights how our understanding of the past remains fragmented, with each field potentially holding pieces of a larger truth that has yet to emerge clearly. Standing before the Sphinx today, visitors encounter more than stone and sculpture. They face a monument that embodies humanity's relationship with mystery itself. Every theory proposed, every analysis conducted, every question raised seems to generate new enigmas rather than definitive answers. The weathered guardian continues its eternal watch, holding secrets in its limestone heart that may reshape our understanding of civilization's timeline. Whether the truth lies in conventional archaeology, geological analysis, astronomical alignments, or hidden chambers beneath the sand, The Sphinx reminds us that some mysteries deepen rather than resolve with time. In the growing light of each dawn, as the sun rises to meet the Sphinx's unwavering gaze, we're reminded that some questions transcend the need for immediate answers, becoming instead invitations to wonder, to investigate, and to remain humble before the vast unknowns that still surround us. Unraveling the mystery of Pharaoh Tutankhamun. When Howard Carter peered through that small hole in the Valley of the Kings on November 26, 1922, and whispered those now famous words about seeing wonderful things, he couldn't have known he was about to unleash a mystery that would captivate the world for over a century. The tomb of Tutankhamun, packed with golden treasures, intricate artifacts, and the mummified remains of a boy who ruled Egypt over 3,000 years ago, seemed like the archaeological discovery of a lifetime. And yet, with each passing decade, as scientists have studied and restudied every corner of that burial chamber, the questions have only multiplied. The young pharaoh himself presents the first puzzle. Tutankhamun ascended to the throne of Egypt around 1332 BCE, when he was approximately 9 years old. By the time of his death, he had ruled for only about 10 years. A brief reign, certainly, but one that occurred during one of the most turbulent periods in Egyptian history. His father, most likely the heretic pharaoh Akhenaten, had turned Egypt's religious world upside down by abandoning the traditional pantheon of gods in favor of worshipping a single deity, the sun disk Aten. When Tutankhamun came to power, the kingdom was in religious and political chaos. What makes his story particularly intriguing is how thoroughly his existence was erased from official records after his death. For over 3 millennia, Tutankhamun was virtually forgotten by history. Ancient Egyptian king lists omitted his name entirely. Temple walls that once bore his cartouche were defaced or recarved with the names of his successors. It's as if the ancient Egyptians themselves wanted to forget this boy king ever existed. The question that haunts Egyptologists is simple: why? The physical evidence from his mummy tells a story of violence that official records never recorded. When scientists first X-rayed Tutankhamun's remains in 1968, they discovered fragments of bone floating freely inside his skull. The initial theory was straightforward: a blow to the head had killed the young pharaoh. But modern CT scans conducted in 2005 revealed a more complex picture. The bone fragments appeared to be the result of the mummification process, not a fatal injury. Instead, the scans showed evidence of a badly broken left leg, with the fracture occurring shortly before death. Dr. Zahi Hawass, who led the 2005 examination, found something else troubling in those images. The chest cavity showed signs of significant trauma. Tutankhamun's sternum and several ribs were missing entirely, not damaged during mummification, but absent. In normal circumstances, these bones would have been carefully preserved and wrapped with the body. Their complete absence suggests they were destroyed by some catastrophic injury before the mummification process began. But the mystery deepens when we consider the rushed nature of his burial. Analysis of the tomb's contents reveals a burial prepared in extraordinary haste. Many of the grave goods show signs of being adapted from other sources. Some items bear the names of other pharaohs that have been hastily altered or covered over. The famous golden death mask itself shows evidence of modification. The ears pierced for earrings, unusual for male pharaohs but common for Egyptian queens. Was this mask originally created for someone else? The tomb's location also raises questions. Unlike other royal burials in the Valley of the Kings, which were carved deep into the bedrock over many years, Tutankhamun's tomb is relatively small and shallow. It lacks the elaborate corridors and multiple chambers that characterize other royal tombs of the period. Some Egyptologists suggest this wasn't originally intended as a royal burial site at all, but rather was repurposed in haste when the young pharaoh died unexpectedly. Chemical analysis of the mummy has revealed another peculiarity. Unlike other royal mummies of the period, Tutankhamun's body shows signs of having been burned while still wrapped in its linen bindings. The combustion appears to have been spontaneous, caused by a chemical reaction between the embalming oils and oxygen. But this raises a troubling question. What went wrong with the mummification process? The ancient Egyptians had been perfecting their embalming techniques for thousands of years by Tutankhamun's time. Such a catastrophic failure seems almost impossible. Recent genetic analysis has added another layer to the mystery. DNA studies conducted on Tutankhamun's mummy, along with other royal mummies from the same period, have revealed a complex web of family relationships that don't match traditional historical records. The results suggest extensive inbreeding within the royal family, which may have contributed to genetic disorders that could explain some of the physical abnormalities found in the young pharaoh's remains. But perhaps the most unsettling aspect of the Tutankhamun mystery lies in what happened to those who came after him. His immediate successor, ruled for only 4 years before being succeeded by Horemheb, a military commander who systematically set about erasing all traces of the Amarna period from Egyptian records. Horemheb's destruction was so thorough that it extended to defacing monuments, rewriting king lists, and even recycling blocks from Amarna period temples as fill material for his own construction projects. The systematic erasure suggests something more than mere political rivalry. It speaks to a deliberate campaign to eliminate not just the memory of individuals, but of an entire period of Egyptian history. What happened during Tutankhamun's reign that required such complete obliteration from the historical record? Modern technology continues to reveal new mysteries rather than solving old ones. Ground-penetrating radar studies of the tomb have suggested the presence of hidden chambers behind the burial chamber walls. These potential rooms could contain additional burials, perhaps even the long-lost tomb of Queen Nefertiti. But attempts to explore these possible chambers have been inconclusive, leaving us with tantalizing hints rather than definitive answers. The boy king's reign may have lasted only a decade, but the questions surrounding his life, death, and burial have endured for over a century of modern investigation. Each new scientific technique applied to his remains reveals fresh mysteries, as if Tutankhamun himself continues to guard secrets that died with him in the sands of ancient Egypt. The Lost Labyrinth of Egypt. In 450 BCE, the Greek historian Herodotus stood before something that left him more speechless than the Great Pyramid itself. He called it the most marvelous work he had ever encountered, and then it vanished from history. Somewhere beneath the shifting sands of the Fayum Depression, 12 buildings rise from the earth in perfect symmetry. 3,000 chambers stretch endlessly through corridors that wind like the thoughts of ancient minds. This is the Labyrinth of Egypt, a structure so vast and complex that those who built the pyramids considered it their greatest achievement. But here's what troubles modern archaeologists. We can't find it. Herodotus described walking through halls that seemed to breathe with their own life. Granite columns thick as temple walls, chambers filled with the records of dynasties stretching back to the very dawn of civilization. He wrote of underground passages that connected to chambers so deep that Egyptian priests forbade him from entering, claiming they held the tombs of kings and the sacred crocodiles of Sobek. The Roman historian Pliny the Elder corroborated the account a century later. So did Diodorus Siculus. 3 separate witnesses from different eras, all describing the same impossible structure, all insisting it dwarfed every other wonder of the ancient world. Then silence. The labyrinth disappears from historical record as completely as if it had been swallowed by the desert itself. For nearly 2 millennia, scholars wondered if these ancient writers had simply embellished local myths. Perhaps the labyrinth was metaphorical, a literary device to describe the complexity of Egyptian bureaucracy or religious thought. But in 1888, British archaeologist Flinders Petrie arrived at Hawara with Herodotus's description clutched in his weathered hands. What he found changed everything. Petrie discovered a foundation, massive limestone blocks arranged in a perfect rectangle, measuring 1,000 by 800 feet. The dimensions matched Herodotus's account exactly. The location aligned with every ancient description. Stone fragments scattered across the site bore the cartouche of Pharaoh Amenemhat III, the 12th dynasty ruler who supposedly commissioned the labyrinth's construction. Yet the building itself remained gone. Petrie excavated for months, finding only tantalizing fragments, pieces of granite columns, chunks of decorated limestone, fragments of statuary depicting Sobek, the crocodile god. Everything suggested a structure of immense size and sophistication, but the labyrinth's chambers, its legendary 3,000 rooms, its miles of corridors, they existed only in the whispers of ancient testimony. The mystery deepened when Petrie realized what he wasn't finding. No rubble piles, no systematic destruction, no evidence that the labyrinth had been quarried for building materials. The fate of so many ancient monuments. The structure hadn't been demolished, it had simply disappeared. Modern technology has only complicated the puzzle. Ground-penetrating radar surveys conducted in the 1970s revealed extensive underground anomalies beneath the Hawara site, rectangular cavities, void spaces arranged in geometric patterns, chambers that extend far deeper than any known Egyptian structure. Dr. Zahi Hawass, Egypt's former Minister of Antiquities, has repeatedly blocked attempts to excavate these underground anomalies. His reasoning centers on preservation concerns and the stability of the water table. But archaeologists like Dr. Carmen Bolter from the University of Calgary have questioned whether there might be other motivations for keeping the labyrinth buried. In 2008, ground-penetrating radar detected what appeared to be a vast underground complex directly beneath the Hawara pyramid. The reading suggested chambers arranged in the same geometric patterns described by Herodotus, corridors connecting rooms in sequences that matched the ancient accounts of the labyrinth's layout. Permission to excavate was denied. Dr. Bolter's team tried again in 2010, using more sophisticated equipment. Their radar penetrated deeper into the earth, revealing what they described as underground buildings arranged in a complex that stretched for hundreds of meters in every direction. The team estimated the underground structure contained enough void space to accommodate thousands of chambers. Again, permission was denied. This pattern of discovery followed by prohibition has puzzled independent researchers for decades. The Egyptian government maintains that excavation would damage both the pyramid and the surrounding archaeological sites. Critics argue that the labyrinth's contents might challenge accepted narratives about ancient Egyptian capabilities and chronology. But perhaps the most intriguing evidence comes from an unexpected source. In 2013, Belgian archaeologist Louis de Cordier noticed something odd in 19th-century photographs of the Hawara site. Images taken by early Egyptologists showed stone structures that no longer existed, buildings that had been present during Petrie's excavations but had vanished by the time later archaeologists arrived. De Cordier's analysis suggests that portions of the labyrinth remained visible well into the 20th century, structures that were systematically covered, buried, or removed by unknown parties. The implication is staggering. The labyrinth wasn't lost to time, it was deliberately hidden. Herodotus claimed that the labyrinth served as a meeting place for representatives from all of Egypt's regions, a kind of ancient congress where the business of governing the kingdom was conducted. The underground chambers, he wrote, contain the archives of Egyptian civilization, records stretching back to the time of the first pharaohs. If this is true, then the labyrinth's disappearance represents more than the loss of a single monument. It suggests the deliberate concealment of Egypt's most complete historical archive, documents that might answer questions about the true age of Egyptian civilization, the identity of the pyramid builders, and the source of ancient Egypt's sophisticated knowledge of mathematics, astronomy, and engineering. The question that haunts modern researchers is simple. What lies beneath the sands of Hawara that someone, somewhere, doesn't want us to find? Every year, the water table in the Fayum Depression rises slightly. Salt deposits accumulate in the underground chambers. If the labyrinth truly exists in the depths beneath Hawara, time is running out. Each passing season brings more water, more salt, more destruction to whatever knowledge the ancient builders sealed away in those 3,000 rooms. And still, the excavation permits are denied. The labyrinth waits in the darkness beneath the sand, holding its secrets in chambers that have known only silence for 2 millennia. Somewhere in those underground halls, the answers to Egypt's greatest mysteries gather dust in the shadows, as unreachable as they are undeniable. The unsolved riddle of Cleopatra's tomb. 2,000 years have passed since Cleopatra VII took her final breath, yet her tomb remains the most sought-after prize in archaeology. While lesser pharaohs rest in discovered splendor, the last ruler of Egypt has vanished so completely that some wonder if she was ever buried at all. The mystery deepens when you consider what we know happened to her body. Ancient sources tell us that Octavian, soon to become Augustus Caesar, granted Cleopatra's dying wish to be buried alongside Mark Antony. This wasn't mere sentiment, it was political theater, allowing Rome's newest ruler to appear magnanimous while eliminating his greatest rival with dignity intact. Plutarch provides our clearest account, written barely a century after her death. He describes burial preparations conducted under Roman supervision, suggesting the tomb's location was known to at least a few officials in 30 BCE. What happened to that knowledge represents one of history's most complete erasures. Dr. Zahi Hawass spent decades pursuing leads across Egypt's archaeological landscape. His team investigated over 150 potential sites, each promising yet ultimately disappointing. In 2019, he told National Geographic that finding Cleopatra's tomb would represent the most important discovery of the 21st century. The statement carries weight beyond academic excitement. It acknowledges how thoroughly she has eluded modern detection methods. The search centers on several competing theories, each supported by fragments of historical evidence. The traditional view places her somewhere near Alexandria, the Ptolemaic capital where she lived and died. Ancient Alexandria lay partially on what is now underwater due to earthquakes and subsidence, creating an archaeological puzzle of submerged streets and toppled monuments. Marine archaeologist Frank Gaudio has spent years mapping Alexandria's sunken districts. His team discovered statues, coins, and building foundations beneath the Mediterranean, but Cleopatra's burial site remains absent from the underwater archaeological record. The sea may have claimed many secrets, yet something as significant as a royal tomb should have left recognizable traces. Dr. Kathleen Martinez offers a radically different theory. Since 2005, she has been excavating at Taposiris Magna, located 30 miles west of Alexandria. Martinez believes Cleopatra chose this remote temple complex dedicated to Osiris as her eternal resting place, possibly linking her burial to religious symbolism that would have resonated with both Egyptian and Roman traditions. The Taposiris Magna excavations have yielded tantalizing discoveries. Coins bearing Cleopatra's image, ancient texts referencing the temple's importance, and burial chambers containing high-status remains all suggest the site held special significance. In 2022, Martinez's team uncovered a golden-tongued mummy, buried with the precious metal tongue apparently to allow the deceased to speak in the afterlife, a practice that might indicate someone of extraordinary importance was interred nearby. Yet for all these promising signs, definitive proof remains elusive. The temple complex spans a vast area, much of it still unexcavated. Ground-penetrating radar has identified additional underground chambers, but accessing them requires years of careful archaeological work. Martinez continues her methodical approach, aware that rushing could destroy evidence that has survived 2 millennia. The absence of Cleopatra's tomb becomes more puzzling when considered alongside Roman record-keeping. The Romans documented everything: military campaigns, construction projects, administrative decisions. They left detailed accounts of other royal burials, including those of Egyptian pharaohs who died under Roman rule. The silence surrounding Cleopatra suggests either deliberate concealment or systematic destruction of records. Some historians propose that later Roman emperors ordered the tomb's location forgotten, fearing it might become a pilgrimage site for those nostalgic for Egypt's independence. Cleopatra remained a powerful symbol even in death, her legend growing rather than diminishing over the centuries following her suicide. A known tomb might have attracted unwanted attention from those who remembered Egypt's former glory. Biblical archaeologist Dr. Charles Stanish offers another perspective. He suggests that Cleopatra's burial might have followed neither traditional Egyptian nor Roman customs, but instead reflected the unique cultural fusion she embodied as the last Ptolemaic ruler. This could mean her tomb incorporated architectural elements that modern archaeologists haven't learned to recognize, hidden in plain sight among Egypt's countless ancient structures. The technological advances of recent decades have revolutionized archaeological detection methods, yet Cleopatra's tomb resists these new tools. Satellite imagery reveals ancient foundations beneath desert sand. LiDAR mapping penetrates jungle canopies to expose forgotten cities. Ground-penetrating radar identifies buried structures without excavation. None of these methods have definitively located her burial site, suggesting either extraordinary concealment or a burial method that differs from expected patterns. DNA analysis adds another layer to the mystery. In 2010, researchers attempted to extract genetic material from Cleopatra's supposed relatives, including her sister Arsinoe IV, whose remains were discovered in Turkey. The results proved inconclusive, partly because the Ptolemaic dynasty's complex intermarriage patterns make genetic identification extremely challenging. Without genetic markers to guide the search, archaeologists must rely on historical texts and material culture, both of which have proven insufficient. The economic implications of finding Cleopatra's tomb extend far beyond academic recognition. Egypt's tourism industry recognizes that such a discovery would attract millions of visitors annually, providing crucial revenue for a nation whose archaeological sites already draw substantial international interest. This economic pressure has sometimes led to premature announcements about potential discoveries, creating public skepticism when initial promises prove premature. Climate change now threatens many Egyptian archaeological sites, adding urgency to the search. Rising groundwater levels affect preservation conditions in underground chambers. Increased tourism at existing sites like the Valley of the Kings demonstrates both the potential benefits and conservation challenges that would accompany finding Cleopatra's tomb. Time may be running out to locate her burial site before environmental factors compromise whatever remains. The mystery persists because Cleopatra represented something unprecedented in ancient history, a female ruler who commanded both Egyptian and Roman respect, who spoke 9 languages, and governed one of the ancient world's wealthiest nations. Her disappearance feels almost intentionally dramatic, the final act of a woman who understood the power of mystery and legend. Somewhere beneath Egypt's sand or Mediterranean waves, Cleopatra VII waits in darkness, her secrets intact after 2 millennia of searching. Perhaps that's exactly as she would have wanted it. The secret doors of the Great Pyramid. In 1993, a German engineer named Rudolf Gantenbrink sent a small robotic crawler up a narrow shaft inside the Great Pyramid. What it found waiting in the darkness would perplex Egyptologists for decades to come. A limestone door, polished smooth, blocking the passage entirely. 2 copper pins protruded from its surface like ancient door handles, frozen in time for over 4,000 years. The shaft itself measures just 8 inches by 8 inches, too narrow for any human to navigate, yet perfectly constructed with walls as precise as the pyramid's exterior. Gantenbrink's robot, nicknamed Upuat after the Egyptian god who opens the way, had traveled 200 feet into the Queen's Chamber's southern shaft before encountering this mysterious barrier. The discovery sent shockwaves through the archaeological community, because if there was one secret door, logic suggested there might be others. 9 years later, in 2002, a team from National Geographic drilled through Gantenbrink's door. Behind it lay not treasure or hidden chambers, but another wall. This second barrier, rougher than the first, seemed hastily constructed in comparison. The space between the 2 doors measured barely 5 inches, hardly enough room to hide anything of significance, yet the precision required to build these barriers, deep within the pyramid's stone heart, suggests purpose far beyond simple construction accident. The northern shaft of the Queen's Chamber revealed its own secrets. In 2002, another robotic explorer discovered a second door, nearly identical to the first. Same limestone construction, same copper fittings, same deliberate placement. The symmetry felt intentional, as if these doors served matching functions in some greater design we've yet to understand. But perhaps most intriguing of all is what these shafts don't do. Unlike the passages in the King's Chamber above, which extend completely through the pyramid to the exterior, these shafts stop at their mysterious doors. They lead nowhere, or rather, they lead somewhere we haven't been allowed to reach. Dr. Zahi Hawass, former Secretary General of Egypt's Supreme Council of Antiquities, has theorized that these doors might be symbolic rather than functional. In ancient Egyptian belief, the dead pharaoh's soul needed pathways to reach the stars, specifically Orion and Sirius, which the Egyptians associated with Osiris and Isis. The shafts align with these stellar positions, suggesting they served as spirit passages for the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife. Yet this explanation raises more questions than it answers. Why construct physical barriers in pathways meant for spirits? The ancient Egyptians, masters of symbolism, surely would have known that souls need no doors, unless these particular doors were meant to keep something in, rather than let something out. In 2011, another expedition used a more sophisticated probe to examine the space beyond the second door in the southern shaft. The robot, equipped with a fiber optic camera capable of seeing around corners, revealed hieroglyphs painted in red ochre on the walls of a small chamber. These markings, invisible to previous explorers, appeared to be quarry marks, the kind of inscriptions left by work crews during construction. The hieroglyphs included numbers, and what appeared to be a cartouche, a royal name enclosed in an oval. If authentic, these markings could represent some of the oldest writing found within the Great Pyramid, but their location, sealed behind multiple barriers in a shaft no human could navigate, seems almost impossibly deliberate, as if someone wanted these inscriptions preserved but hidden, accessible only to those with technology the ancient builders could never have imagined. The copper fittings themselves present another puzzle. Analysis suggests they were made from relatively pure copper, requiring sophisticated metallurgy for their time. But more puzzling is their apparent lack of oxidation. After 4 millennia in the pyramid's interior atmosphere, these metal fixtures show remarkably little corrosion. The environment inside the Great Pyramid, while stable, isn't perfectly sterile. These copper elements should show more wear, unless they were treated with preservation techniques we don't fully understand. Recent ground-penetrating radar surveys have detected what appear to be additional voids within the pyramid structure. In 2017, an international team using muon tomography, a technique that detects cosmic rays passing through solid matter, confirmed the existence of at least one large space above the Grand Gallery. This void, comparable in size to the Grand Gallery itself, had remained completely hidden for centuries of exploration. The discovery raises tantalizing possibilities about what other secrets the Great Pyramid might contain. If chambers this large could remain undetected, what smaller spaces might exist between its massive stone blocks, and more importantly, might some of these spaces lie beyond the doors that have guarded their secrets for so long? Construction of the robot doors themselves required remarkable planning. The shafts they block were built during the pyramid's construction, not added later. This means the ancient architects knew, from the very beginning, that these passages would be sealed. They carved the shafts, positioned the doors, and entombed everything within millions of tons of precisely fitted limestone blocks. The effort involved suggests these barriers protected something of extraordinary importance. Modern attempts to explore beyond these obstacles proceed with painstaking caution. The Great Pyramid represents humanity's most studied ancient structure, yet any invasive exploration risks damaging irreplaceable archaeological evidence. Each hole drilled, each probe inserted, changes the pyramid forever. The balance between discovery and preservation grows more delicate with each expedition. Egyptian authorities currently restrict access to these explorations, citing concerns about structural integrity and archaeological protocol. But some researchers suggest another motivation, that preliminary findings have revealed information too sensitive for public release. The truth, as always with the Great Pyramid, remains tantalizingly just beyond our reach. Tonight, those secret doors continue their patient vigil in the pyramid's depths. Whatever they guard has waited over 4,000 years for discovery. In the ancient darkness, sealed away from human eyes, the mysteries of Egypt's greatest monument keep their silent watch, holding secrets that might reshape our understanding of the civilization that created them. The doors remain closed, the questions remain open, and somewhere in the space between mystery and revelation, the Great Pyramid guards its deepest secrets still. Nabta Playa, the stone circle of the Sahara, deep in the Nubian desert, where sand meets endless sky, archaeologists uncovered something that shouldn't exist according to our timeline of human civilization. A circle of standing stones, arranged with mathematical precision, that demonstrates astronomical knowledge we assumed ancient peoples didn't possess for another 3,000 years. Nabta Playa sits in what is now one of Earth's most desolate regions, roughly 800 kilometers south of Cairo. But 9,000 years ago, this barren wasteland was a vast lake surrounded by grasslands, where early peoples gathered, watched the stars, and built something extraordinary. The stone circle they left behind has forced archaeologists to reconsider everything they thought they knew about prehistoric African civilizations. When Dr. Fred Wendorf first discovered the site in the 1970s, he found more than just scattered rocks. The megaliths were deliberately placed, some weighing several tons, transported from quarries over a kilometer away. These weren't random markers or simple ceremonial structures. The stones were positioned to track celestial movements with a precision that rivals modern observatories. The complexity becomes apparent when you examine the alignments. The central stone circle, measuring roughly 4 meters in diameter, contains pairs of stones that create sightlines pointing to specific stars. During the summer solstice 6,000 years ago, certain alignments would have pointed directly to the star Vega, then the pole star of the northern hemisphere. Other stone pairs tracked the rising of Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky, and crucial to later Egyptian religious beliefs. But the astronomical sophistication goes deeper. Radiocarbon dating reveals the stone circle was constructed and modified over several millennia, suggesting continuous observation and refinement of celestial tracking. The builders didn't just place stones and abandon them. They returned generation after generation, adjusting positions, adding new elements, perfecting their cosmic calendar. Dr. J. McKim Malville, an archaeoastronomer from the University of Colorado, spent years analyzing the site's alignments. His research revealed that the stone circle served as both calendar and observatory, tracking not just daily and seasonal changes, but longer astronomical cycles. The precession of equinoxes, a 26,000-year wobble in Earth's rotation that slowly shifts the apparent position of stars, appears to have been understood and incorporated into the monument's design. This presents a profound puzzle. Traditional archaeological timelines suggest that complex astronomical observation developed much later, in civilizations like Mesopotamia and Egypt, around 3000 BCE. Yet Nabta Playa demonstrates sophisticated understanding of celestial mechanics thousands of years earlier, in what we assumed was a simpler pastoral society. The implications extend beyond astronomy. Near the stone circle, archaeologists discovered elaborate burial sites containing cattle remains arranged in specific patterns. Some burials predate the more famous cattle burials of ancient Egypt by millennia, suggesting that religious and cultural practices we associate with pharaonic civilization may have originated much earlier among these desert peoples. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed additional mysteries beneath Nabta Playa's surface. Large stone slabs, some weighing up to 15 tons, lie buried beneath the visible circle. These megalithic structures required sophisticated engineering to quarry, transport, and place. The level of social organization necessary for such projects challenges assumptions about prehistoric African societies. Dr. Romuald Schild, who worked extensively at the site, documented evidence of planned seasonal gatherings. Tool fragments, pottery shards, and food remains suggest hundreds of people periodically converged at Nabta Playa, likely timed to celestial events. The stone circle may have served as both observatory and ceremonial center for these gatherings, uniting scattered nomadic groups under a shared understanding of cosmic rhythms. The mathematical precision of the alignments raises uncomfortable questions about technological transfer and cultural continuity. Some researchers propose that the astronomical knowledge demonstrated at Nabta Playa influenced later Egyptian civilization, passed down through generations of desert peoples who eventually settled in the Nile Valley as the Sahara dried. This theory gained support from linguistic and cultural evidence. Certain star names in ancient Egyptian texts appear to derive from much older African languages. Religious symbols found at Nabta Playa, including particular arrangements of stones representing constellations, echo in later Egyptian temple decorations and pyramid texts. Yet mainstream archaeology remains cautious about drawing direct connections. The gap between Nabta Playa's abandonment around 4,500 years ago and the rise of dynastic Egypt creates uncertainty about cultural transmission. How did sophisticated astronomical knowledge survive centuries of climate change and population displacement? Recent geological studies add another layer of mystery. The region's climate shift from grassland to desert occurred gradually over millennia, but certain periods saw rapid environmental changes that would have forced major population movements. These climate refugees carried their knowledge elsewhere, but archaeological evidence for their destinations remains sparse. The stone circle itself tells only part of the story. Scattered across the broader Nabta Playa region are numerous other megalithic structures, stone alignments, and carefully arranged rock formations. Each appears to serve specific observational purposes, creating a landscape-scale observatory that operated for thousands of years. Modern attempts to replicate the site's construction techniques have proven challenging. Moving multi-ton stones across desert terrain without advanced machinery requires careful planning, substantial manpower, and sophisticated understanding of physics. The prehistoric builders accomplished this repeatedly, suggesting levels of technical knowledge that don't match conventional models of Stone Age capabilities. As climate change continues to alter the Sahara, Nabta Playa faces new threats. Wind erosion and shifting sands gradually obscure surface features, while occasional flash floods threaten the stone arrangements. The site represents irreplaceable evidence of humanity's early intellectual achievements, yet receives limited protection or study funding. The questions Nabta Playa raises extend far beyond archaeology. If prehistoric African peoples possessed advanced astronomical knowledge, what other assumptions about human intellectual development need reconsideration? The stone circle stands as testament to capabilities we're only beginning to acknowledge, a reminder that human ingenuity and curiosity extend much deeper into our past than conventional history suggests. In the vast silence of the modern desert, these ancient stones continue their celestial observations, marking time according to rhythms their builders understood, but were still learning to decipher. The Intrigue of the Rosetta Stone. In 1799, a French soldier named Pierre-François Bouchard uncovered a fragment of black basalt that would unlock 3,000 years of silence. Yet the Rosetta Stone itself carries secrets that scholars rarely discuss, mysteries that begin not with its discovery, but with the curious circumstances of its creation. The stone bears 3 scripts telling the same story: ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs at the top, Demotic script in the middle, and ancient Greek at the bottom. What we're told is that this trilingual approach was standard practice in Ptolemaic Egypt. What we're not told is why this particular decree needed to exist at all. The inscription dates to 196 BCE, during the reign of Ptolemy V Epiphanes. The text celebrates the young pharaoh's coronation and lists his achievements. But Ptolemy V was only 13 when he came to power, and Egypt was fracturing under civil war. The priests who commissioned this stone were not celebrating a triumphant king. They were desperately trying to legitimize a boy ruler whose authority was crumbling. Dr. Joanne Fletcher, an Egyptologist at the University of York, has noted something peculiar about the stone's hieroglyphic section. The symbols show signs of being carved by someone not entirely fluent in the ancient script. By 196 BCE, hieroglyphic writing was already becoming a dying art, understood only by a shrinking circle of priests. The carver made subtle errors, mistakes that suggest the ancient language was already slipping away from those tasked with preserving it. The stone's journey from its creation to Napoleon's campaign raises equally intriguing questions. For over 2 millennia, it resided somewhere in the Nile Delta, most likely in the ancient city of Sais. But when Bouchard found it, the stone was being used as building material in Fort Julian, near the port city of Rosetta. Someone had recognized its value enough to transport this 1,000-pound granite slab from its original location, only to see it repurposed as common construction stone. The French scholars who first examined the artifact understood immediately what they had found, but their excitement was tempered by a growing realization: deciphering the hieroglyphs would prove far more complex than simply comparing the 3 texts line by line. Jean-Joseph Marcel, the French Orientalist who led the initial study, spent months creating detailed drawings of each symbol. His notes, preserved in the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris, reveal his mounting frustration. The hieroglyphic text was not a direct translation of the Greek. Instead, it followed different grammatical structures, used metaphorical language where the Greek was literal, and contained religious concepts that had no equivalent in the Mediterranean world. When British forces defeated Napoleon's army in 1801, the stone became part of the Treaty of Alexandria's spoils, but the handover nearly didn't happen. French scholar Étienne Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire reportedly declared he would rather burn the artifacts than surrender them to the British. General Hutchinson, commanding the British forces, had to threaten to confiscate the scholar's personal research to secure the stone's transfer. The artifact arrived at the British Museum in 1802, where it became the center of an international race to crack the code of hieroglyphs. What followed was 20 years of false starts and competing theories. Thomas Young, the British polymath, made crucial early breakthroughs by identifying that the hieroglyphics contained both phonetic and pictographic elements, but it was Jean-François Champollion who achieved the final breakthrough in 1822. Champollion's moment of revelation came when he realized that the cartouches, the oval-shaped symbols surrounding certain hieroglyphs, contained the phonetic spelling of royal names. By comparing these with the known Greek names on the stone, he could work backwards to understand the sound values of individual symbols. His famous letter to the Académie des Inscriptions et Belles-Lettres announced, "I have the honor to communicate to you the discovery of the alphabet of the phonetic hieroglyphs." Yet Champollion's triumph revealed another mystery. As scholars began translating other hieroglyphic texts using his decipherment key, they discovered that Egyptian writing had evolved dramatically over 3 millennia. The hieroglyphs on the Rosetta Stone represented the final stage of this evolution, a script already corrupted by foreign influence and internal decay. The stone's physical composition adds another layer of intrigue. Geological analysis conducted by the British Museum in 1999 revealed that the basalt came from quarries near Aswan, over 500 miles south of where the stone was created. The ancient Egyptians transported this massive block the entire length of the Nile for a single political inscription. The expense and effort involved suggest the decree held far greater significance than its mundane content would indicate. Modern imaging techniques have revealed details invisible to earlier scholars. High-resolution photography shows that the stone was originally larger. Significant portions are missing from both the top and bottom. The lost sections likely contained additional text that might have provided crucial context for understanding the decree's true purpose. What we see in the British Museum is only a fragment of the original message. Perhaps most intriguingly, the Rosetta Stone may not be unique. References in other Ptolemaic texts suggest that multiple copies of this decree were carved and distributed throughout Egypt. If these duplicates still exist, they remain buried beneath 2 millennia of Nile sediment. Each copy might preserve different portions of the original text, potentially completing the puzzle we've been solving with incomplete pieces. The stone's discovery also raises questions about what else might be hidden in the archaeology of the Nile Delta. The region where Bouchard found the artifact has been continuously inhabited for thousands of years. Ancient cities lie layered beneath modern settlements, their treasures buried under meters of accumulated history. Emergency excavations conducted during modern construction projects regularly uncover artifacts that completely redefine our understanding of Egyptian civilization. The Rosetta Stone unlocked the voices of ancient Egypt, but it also revealed how much we had lost. The priests who carved this decree were among the last guardians of knowledge that stretched back to the pharaohs of the Old Kingdom. Their decision to create this trilingual text was not just political necessity. It was a final attempt to bridge the gap between the ancient world and the new reality of Roman domination. Today, the stone rests behind glass in London, visited by millions who see it as the key that opened Egyptian civilization. But for those who look closer, it remains what it has always been, a fragment of a larger mystery, a single piece of evidence in a story we're still learning how to read. The Pyramids of Nubia, deep in the Sudanese desert, archaeologists discovered something that challenges everything we thought we knew about ancient pyramid construction. These weren't Egyptian monuments. They were far older, built by a civilization that once conquered Egypt itself. The kingdom of Kush ruled from Nubia for over 1,000 years, and their pyramids tell a story that Egyptian textbooks rarely mention. While the world marvels at Giza, 255 Nubian pyramids stand in relative obscurity, harboring secrets that modern archaeology is only beginning to decode. Drive south from Cairo, past Aswan, beyond the Great Bend of the Nile, and you'll find yourself in what was once the heart of Africa's most formidable empire. Here, in the windswept landscape of Sudan, 3 royal necropolises rise from the sand like forgotten dreams, El Khufu, Nuri, and Meroe, names that echo with the weight of vanished glory. What strikes you first about these pyramids is their radical departure from Egyptian design. Where Egyptian pyramids slope at roughly 52 degrees, the Nubian builders chose a dramatically steeper angle, sometimes reaching 70 degrees. This wasn't mere artistic preference. The engineering required to construct such steep-sided monuments pushes ancient building techniques to their absolute limits. Dr. Charles Bonnet's excavations at Kerma revealed something extraordinary. The Nubians weren't copying Egyptian architecture, they were innovating beyond it. Carbon dating places some Nubian burial practices centuries before similar Egyptian traditions. The student hadn't learned from the teacher. The relationship was far more complex. The Kushite pharaohs of the 25th dynasty controlled both Egypt and Nubia simultaneously, ruling an empire that stretched from the Mediterranean to the heart of Africa. Yet their homeland monuments remain largely unstudied. When British archaeologist George Reisner first catalogued these sites in the early 1900s, he dismissed Nubian achievements as crude imitations of Egyptian mastery. This colonial-era bias delayed serious research for decades. Recent laser scanning reveals construction techniques that shouldn't exist in the archaeological record. The Pyramid of King Pharaoh at El Khufu contains internal chambers positioned with mathematical precision that rivals any Egyptian monument. The blocks fit together without mortar, yet after 2,700 years, the joints remain perfectly aligned. More puzzling still are the underground galleries. Unlike Egyptian pyramids where burial chambers occupy the internal structure, Nubian royal tombs extend deep beneath the pyramid base. Some galleries stretch over 50 meters underground, carved through solid bedrock with tool marks that no known bronze or copper implements could have made. The Pyramid of King Taharqa at Nuri presents perhaps the greatest enigma. Standing 50 meters tall, it's built over an underground complex so elaborate that 20th century archaeologists declared it impossible to fully map. Water table fluctuations have flooded these chambers for generations, preserving organic materials in ways that shouldn't occur in desert conditions. Inside these flooded chambers, divers have recovered artifacts that challenge our understanding of ancient metallurgy. Bronze objects showing no signs of corrosion after millennia of submersion. Goldwork so fine that even modern tools struggle to replicate the craftsmanship. Most intriguing are the iron implements, dating to a period when sub-Saharan Africa supposedly hadn't developed ironworking technology. The Meroitic language adds another layer to the mystery. While we can read Egyptian hieroglyphs, Meroitic script remains largely undeciphered. The inscriptions covering these pyramid walls could contain construction records, religious texts, or historical accounts that would revolutionize our understanding of ancient Africa. We're looking at a civilization's entire written legacy, rendered mute by our inability to crack their code. Recent ground-penetrating radar surveys have identified massive underground structures connecting multiple pyramid sites across distances of several kilometers. These aren't natural cave systems. The geometric precision suggests deliberate construction on a scale that would challenge modern engineering capabilities. The cultural implications run even deeper. Nubian queens held power in ways that Egyptian women rarely achieved. Queen mothers ruled as regents, commanded armies, and built monuments to rival any pharaohs. The Pyramid of Queen Shanakht stands as tall as many kings' monuments, surrounded by subsidiary tombs that indicate a royal court of unprecedented female authority. Archaeological evidence from Meroe suggests these pyramids weren't just tombs, they were active religious centers for centuries after construction. Offering tables show signs of continuous use. Ash deposits indicate regular burning ceremonies. The pyramid complexes functioned as perpetual temples, maintaining spiritual connections between the living and the dead across generations. The astronomical alignments pose their own questions. While Egyptian pyramids generally orient toward cardinal directions, Nubian monuments follow star patterns specific to their latitude. Some align with Sirius, others with the Southern Cross. The precision required for these calculations suggests mathematical knowledge that exceeds what we credit to ancient African civilizations. Climate research reveals that during the Kushite period, this region supported far different environmental conditions. River systems that are now dry sand once provided transportation networks between pyramid sites. The builders weren't working in today's harsh desert. They were constructing monuments in a landscape of seasonal rivers and grasslands. Modern political tensions have limited archaeological access to many sites. The pyramids at Meroe survived British colonial neglect and Sudanese civil conflicts, but several monuments show signs of recent damage from treasure hunters and modern construction projects. Each year of delay means more evidence lost to time and human interference. DNA analysis of mummies found in Nubian pyramid tombs reveals genetic markers that connect these rulers to populations across sub-Saharan Africa, not just the Nile Valley. The Kushite Empire wasn't a local kingdom, it was a truly continental African civilization that challenges assumptions about ancient population movements and cultural exchange. The mystery deepens with every carefully excavated chamber. Here in the silence of the Sudanese desert, beneath these steep-sided monuments to forgotten kings and queens, lies evidence of engineering prowess, astronomical knowledge, and cultural sophistication that forces us to reconsider everything we thought we knew about ancient Africa. These pyramids stand as silent witnesses to a civilization that once made Egypt itself a vassal state, yet their secrets remain largely locked away, waiting for the right combination of technology, funding, and political stability to reveal what the builders of Nubia really achieved in their desert kingdom. The Curse of the Pharaohs. 22 people connected to Howard Carter's 1922 discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb died under circumstances that newspapers called suspicious. The deaths spanned 3 decades, from Lord Carnarvon's infected mosquito bite just months after the tomb's opening, to the archaeologist's own passing in 1939. Each obituary carried whispers of ancient retribution, of powers disturbed in chambers sealed for millennia. The curse narrative took hold before Carter even cleared the antechamber. When Lord Carnarvon, the expedition's financier, died in Cairo 6 months after the tomb's discovery, Arthur Conan Doyle publicly attributed the death to supernatural forces. The press seized upon every subsequent misfortune, a fever here, an accident there, weaving them into a tapestry of otherworldly vengeance that captivated the world's imagination. Yet the mathematics of mortality tell a different story. Statistical analysis of the expedition members' lifespans reveals no significant deviation from expected death rates for men of their age and social class in the 1920s. Howard Carter himself lived 17 years beyond the tomb's opening, dying at 64 from lymphoma. His assistant, Arthur Mace, who actually helped remove the blocked doorway, succumbed to pre-existing heart disease. The deaths that made headlines were tragic but explicable through conventional medicine. The curse gained its most dramatic chapter with the death of George J. Gould, an American railroad magnate who visited the tomb in 1923. Gould fell ill with fever shortly after his underground tour and died within months. His death certificate listed pneumonia as the cause, but newspapers worldwide reported it as another victim of the Pharaoh's wrath. The story resonated because it fit a pattern people wanted to believe, that ancient wisdom possessed power modern science couldn't comprehend. Archaeological records from the tomb's excavation reveal no inscriptions threatening retribution against intruders. The famous curse warning, "Death shall come on swift wings to him who disturbs the peace of the king," appears nowhere in Tutankhamun's burial chamber. This inscription, frequently quoted in newspaper accounts, derives from a 1930s Hollywood film, not from hieroglyphic texts. The actual inscriptions focus on guiding the pharaoh's spirit through the afterlife, not on punishing tomb robbers. The phenomenon extends far beyond Tutankhamun's tomb. Reports of cursed excavations date back to the earliest days of Egyptology, when Giovanni Belzoni's 1817 opening of Seti I's tomb was followed by a series of misfortunes among his team. The pattern repeated throughout the 19th century, with each major discovery accompanied by whispered tales of supernatural retribution. These stories served multiple purposes. They elevated the significance of the discoveries, provided newspapers with sensational headlines, and satisfied a public hunger for mystery in an age of rapid scientific advancement. Modern archaeology has identified genuine dangers in ancient tombs that may have contributed to the curse mythology. Many burial chambers harbor toxic molds and bacteria that can cause serious respiratory infections. The Aspergillus fungus, commonly found in sealed Egyptian tombs, produces symptoms including fever, fatigue, and in severe cases death. Several expedition members may have suffered from what we now recognize as histoplasmosis or other fungal infections contracted during their underground work. The psychological dimension of the curse phenomenon proves equally fascinating. Expedition members worked under enormous pressure, often in harsh conditions, surrounded by constant reminders of death and the supernatural. The suggestive power of curse stories may have contributed to stress-related illnesses among team members already weakened by poor diet, limited medical care, and the physical demands of excavation work. The mind's ability to manifest physical symptoms through psychological stress was poorly understood in the 1920s, but may explain some of the documented health problems. Financial records from the period reveal another layer to the curse mythology. Newspaper sales spiked with each curse-related headline, creating powerful incentives for sensational reporting. The curse story sold papers and drew tourists to Egypt, benefits that extended far beyond the archaeological community. The narrative became self-perpetuating. Each unexplained death or misfortune among expedition members became evidence supporting the curse's reality. The Valley of the Kings had attracted treasure hunters and archaeologists for generations before Tutankhamun's tomb was discovered. Hundreds of people had worked in the valley's tombs over the previous century without experiencing unusual mortality rates. The curse phenomenon specifically attached itself to high-profile discoveries that captured public attention, suggesting that media coverage, rather than supernatural forces, determined which expeditions became cursed. Several prominent Egyptologists lived long, productive lives despite extensive tomb exploration. Flinders Petrie, who excavated dozens of sites across Egypt, died at 89. James Henry Breasted, who copied inscriptions from numerous royal tombs, lived to 73. These men spent careers handling mummies, exploring burial chambers, and disturbing ancient remains without experiencing the supernatural retribution that supposedly befell others. The curse mythology reflects deeper cultural anxieties about colonialism and cultural appropriation. The golden age of Egyptian archaeology coincided with British colonial control of Egypt, when Western museums competed to acquire the most impressive ancient artifacts. The curse narrative provided a framework for expressing unease about this cultural extraction. The idea that ancient peoples might somehow resist having their heritage removed from its homeland. Scientific examination of mummies and tomb artifacts has revealed no evidence of intentional cursing or supernatural preparation. The elaborate burial rituals focused on preserving the deceased's journey to the afterlife, not on punishing future intruders. Ancient Egyptians certainly believed in magic and protective spells, but their mortuary practices emphasized spiritual transformation rather than earthly vengeance. The persistence of curse stories in popular culture demonstrates their psychological appeal. They suggest that ancient wisdom possesses power that modern science cannot fully explain or control. In an age of rapid technological change, the idea of mysterious forces beyond scientific understanding provides a comforting reminder that some mysteries remain unsolved. Despite decades of archaeological investigation, the curse of the pharaohs endures in public imagination. Each new discovery brings fresh speculation about supernatural dangers, ensuring that the mythology adapts to contemporary fears while maintaining its essential appeal. The curse represents something larger than archaeological misfortune. It embodies humanity's eternal fascination with mortality, mystery, and the possibility that death may not mark the end of all power. The Boat of Khufu, a solar chariot. When archaeologists first glimpsed the sealed chamber beside Khufu's pyramid in 1954, the air that escaped had been trapped for over 4,000 years. Inside lay something that would challenge everything we thought we knew about ancient Egyptian craftsmanship, a boat so perfectly preserved, so impossibly sophisticated, that modern shipbuilders still marvel at its construction. The discovery began with photographer Kamal El-Malak, who noticed irregularities in the limestone pavement south of the Great Pyramid. 5 massive limestone blocks, each weighing 15 tons, concealed a chamber that had remained untouched since the reign of Khufu himself. When those blocks were finally lifted, the ancient air carried with it the scent of cedar wood, as fresh as the day the tomb was sealed. What emerged from that darkness was not merely a boat, but a vessel of such extraordinary craftsmanship that it defied conventional understanding of Bronze Age technology. 43 meters long, Constructed from 1,224 individual pieces of Lebanese cedar, the boat had been carefully disassembled and arranged like an enormous three-dimensional puzzle. No nails held it together. Instead, the ancient builders had used a sophisticated system of ropes, dowels, and precisely cut joints that allowed the wood to flex with the forces of water and wind. Ahmed Youssef Mustafa spent 14 years reassembling this ancient marvel, piece by painstaking piece. As he worked, he discovered something that still puzzles marine archaeologists today. The boat showed clear signs of having been used. Watermarks stained the hull. The rope bindings bore the wear patterns of actual navigation. This was not a ceremonial replica built for burial, but a working vessel that had once carried passengers across real water. The craftsmanship revealed secrets that modern boat builders struggle to replicate. The hull's design incorporated a flexible backbone system that distributed stress across the entire structure, allowing the boat to navigate both river currents and open water without breaking apart. The joinery techniques used connections so precise that the reassembled vessel could theoretically sail today, 4.5 millennia after its construction. But the technical mastery only deepened the mystery. Where had this boat sailed? The Nile River system of Khufu's time could certainly accommodate such a vessel, but the boat's design suggests capability far beyond river navigation. Its hull shape and stress distribution system indicate engineering meant for open water, for journeys across vast expanses that would challenge even modern recreational craft. The answer might lie in the boat's ritualistic purpose. Ancient Egyptian texts speak repeatedly of solar journeys, of pharaohs joining Ra in his daily passage across the sky. These weren't mere metaphors, but detailed descriptions of vessels specifically designed for celestial voyages. The boat's orientation in its burial chamber, its alignment with specific stellar configurations, and its association with solar symbolism all point to a purpose that transcends ordinary transportation. What makes this more intriguing is the boat's construction timeline. Dendrochronological analysis of the cedar wood reveals trees that were harvested decades before Khufu's death, suggesting long-term planning for this specific vessel. The wood itself traveled hundreds of miles from the forests of Lebanon, a journey that required significant diplomatic and logistical coordination. This was not a spontaneous burial offering, but a carefully orchestrated project spanning years of preparation. Recent ground-penetrating radar has revealed the existence of at least 4 more boat chambers around Khufu's pyramid complex. One was partially excavated in 1987, revealing another dismantled vessel in similar condition. The others remain sealed, their contents waiting in darkness that has persisted since the 4th dynasty. Each discovery raises new questions about the scope and purpose of Khufu's nautical preparations for the afterlife. The symbolic implications grow more complex when considered alongside similar discoveries throughout Egypt. Boat burials appear at multiple pharaonic sites, but none approach the sophistication of Khufu's vessels. This suggests either a unique technological achievement during his reign, or access to knowledge that was later lost or deliberately concealed. Modern attempts to understand the boat's navigation capabilities have yielded surprising results. Computer modeling of its hull dynamics reveals performance characteristics that would have allowed journeys across the Mediterranean, potentially reaching distant shores that conventional archaeology places beyond Egyptian influence during the Old Kingdom. Physical evidence of such voyages remains elusive, but the boat's capabilities suggest possibilities that conventional chronologies don't accommodate. The preservation itself presents another puzzle. The chamber's sealed environment created conditions so perfect that organic materials survived in states that typically require modern conservation techniques. This level of preservation planning demonstrates understanding of chemical processes that supposedly weren't codified until centuries later. The ancient builders knew exactly how to create an environment that would protect their work across millennia. Perhaps most mysteriously, the boat's reassembly revealed construction techniques that appear nowhere else in the archaeological record. The binding methods, joint configurations, and stress distribution systems represent innovations that seem to have emerged fully formed, without developmental precedents. It's as if the builders possessed complete knowledge of advanced shipbuilding without any evidence of learning these techniques through experimentation. The solar boat rests now in its own museum, a monument to questions that multiply rather than diminish with each new analysis. Its presence beside the Great Pyramid suggests connections between terrestrial construction and celestial navigation, between the permanence of stone monuments and the fluid journey of water travel. Every measurement reveals new precision. Every joint displays deeper understanding of forces and materials. The boat of Khufu stands as testament to capabilities that challenge our assumptions about ancient knowledge, about the limits of Bronze Age technology, and about the purposes that drove such extraordinary engineering efforts. In the silence of its climate-controlled chamber, surrounded by the desert that has watched over it for 4,000 years, the solar boat waits. Its secrets float just beyond our understanding, like distant shores glimpsed through morning mist, forever tantalizingly out of reach. The mysteries of the Dendera light. When modern archaeologists first documented the hieroglyphs carved into the walls of the Dendera temple complex in 1857, they assumed they understood what they were seeing: religious imagery, divine symbols, the familiar iconography of ancient Egyptian spirituality that had decorated temples for millennia. But then someone looked closer. The stone reliefs at Dendera show something that shouldn't exist: elongated, bulbous objects that appear to be connected by serpentine cables to what looks unmistakably like electrical equipment. The figures operating these devices seem to be manipulating controls, adjusting mechanisms, directing focused beams of energy. The resemblance to modern electrical apparatus is so striking that some researchers have struggled to explain it away as coincidence. These aren't crude scratches or weathered symbols open to interpretation. These are meticulously carved reliefs, created by master craftsmen around 50 BCE, showing technical details that wouldn't be out of place in a contemporary electrical engineering manual. The precision is unsettling. Dr. Jochen Zengenberg of the Institute of Archaeology spent 3 years analyzing the Dendera reliefs using advanced photogrammetry. His measurements revealed that the proportions of the depicted objects follow consistent technical specifications. The cable connections, the supporting structures, even the positioning of human operators, everything suggests functional equipment rather than symbolic representation. The dimensions are particularly troubling for conventional archaeology. The bulbous objects measure approximately 4 feet in length, with consistently rendered necks that taper to connection points. The supporting pillars beneath them maintain identical heights across multiple wall panels, as if documenting actual installations rather than mythological concepts. Inside each elongated form, the hieroglyphs show what appears to be a serpent extending from the narrow end, but this serpent doesn't behave like the religious symbols found elsewhere in Egyptian art. It extends in perfectly straight lines, branching at precise angles, terminating at specific points. The behavior of an electrical filament under controlled conditions. Egyptian electrical engineer Mustafa Gadala examined the reliefs and identified what he believes are transformers, insulators, and high-voltage cables, components that modern electrical systems require for safe operation. His analysis suggests the ancient artists understood not just the appearance of electrical equipment, but its functional requirements. The human figures in these scenes wear what appear to be protective garments. Their hands don't directly contact the bulbous objects or the serpentine extensions. They manipulate external controls, maintain safe distances, follow what look like safety protocols, as if they understood the dangers of the energy they were working with. But perhaps most intriguing are the lotus flowers depicted throughout these scenes. In traditional Egyptian iconography, lotus flowers represent rebirth and the sun's daily journey. At Dendera, they appear to serve a different function. Each flower sits directly beneath the suspended bulbous objects, positioned to catch or collect something. Multiple flowers are arranged in careful patterns, like technical equipment designed to harness or focus energy. The hieroglyphic texts accompanying these images have proven resistant to conventional translation. The word combinations don't follow standard religious formulas. Instead, they seem to describe processes, operations, technical procedures. Dr. Ruth Schumann, Antelme of the French Institute of Oriental Archaeology, noted that the language reads more like instruction manuals than prayer inscriptions. Underground chambers beneath the Dendera temple add another layer of mystery. These rooms show evidence of extensive acidic residue, the kind of corrosion consistent with primitive battery operation. The walls display peculiar blackening patterns, as if from repeated electrical discharge. Modern testing has revealed copper deposits in concentrations that don't occur naturally in the surrounding limestone. The Baghdad Battery, discovered in 1936, demonstrated that ancient civilizations possessed knowledge of galvanic cells. Clay jars containing copper cylinders and iron rods, sealed with bitumen, generate measurable electrical current when filled with acidic solutions. Similar artifacts have been found throughout the Middle East, suggesting widespread understanding of basic electrical principles. If the ancient Egyptians possessed electrical knowledge, the Dendera reliefs begin to make disturbing sense. The bulbous objects could represent primitive arc lamps or discharge tubes. The serpentine forms might depict electrical arcs or plasma filaments. The supporting structures could be insulators designed to contain dangerous voltages. This possibility raises profound questions about the nature of ancient Egyptian technology. How did they generate electrical current? What did they use it for? Why did this knowledge disappear so completely from historical record? Some researchers point to the precision of Egyptian stone cutting as evidence of advanced technology. The granite sarcophagi in the Serapeum, carved to tolerances of less than a millimeter, suggest machining capabilities that would require powered tools. The precise drilling evident throughout Egyptian stonework indicates equipment far more sophisticated than copper chisels and wooden hammers. The lighting of deep underground passages poses another puzzle. Egyptian tomb paintings show no evidence of torch smoke on tunnel ceilings. The intricate artwork decorating the deepest chambers of pyramids and tombs required consistent, bright illumination for months or years of detailed work. Yet no conventional fuel source could provide such light without leaving traces of soot and smoke damage. Mainstream archaeology explains the Dendera reliefs as religious symbolism depicting creation myths and divine energy. The serpents represent the god Harsamptis emerging from lotus flowers, bringing light to the world. The bulbous forms are symbolic wombs nurturing divine birth. The cable-like connections represent umbilical cords linking earth and sky. But this interpretation requires ignoring the technical consistency of the depictions. Religious symbols vary. They evolve. They adapt to artistic interpretation. Technical documentation maintains precision across multiple installations. The Dendera reliefs show the discipline of engineering drawings, not the creativity of mythological art. The debate continues in academic journals and research conferences. Each side presents compelling evidence, but neither can definitively prove their interpretation. The reliefs remain exactly what they appeared to be in 1857, mysterious images that challenge our understanding of ancient capabilities. The silence of the desert keeps its secrets well. Sand has buried countless artifacts, countless answers, countless contradictions to everything we think we know about human technological development. The Dendera temple stands as a monument to that silence, its carved walls raising questions that echo through the corridors of conventional history, demanding answers that may never come. Until they do, we're left with the unsettling possibility that ancient eyes saw light where modern science sees only shadow. The Valley of the King's Anomalies. When ground-penetrating radar detected 17 distinct anomalies beneath the Valley of the Kings in 2019, archaeologists realized they'd barely scratched the surface of Egypt's royal necropolis. After more than 2 centuries of excavation, the valley that seemed thoroughly explored suddenly revealed chambers, corridors, and voids that shouldn't exist according to every known burial pattern. The anomalies cluster around KV5, an enigmatic tomb that has puzzled Egyptologists since its discovery in 1907. The mummy found inside remains unidentified despite DNA analysis, and now radar suggests the tomb connects to a network of passages extending far beyond its mapped boundaries. Dr. Sarah Parcak's satellite imagery reveals geometric patterns in the rock formations that mirror no natural geological processes, yet ground excavation finds only solid limestone, where the patterns suggest hollow spaces should exist. Most unsettling are the acoustic properties discovered by accident in 2021. A dropped piece of equipment in KV62, Tutankhamun's tomb, produced an echo that lasted nearly 40 seconds. Sound engineers confirmed that such reverberation requires vast enclosed spaces, but the tomb's dimensions account for perhaps 3 seconds of echo time. The sound appears to travel through the rock itself, following pathways that physical exploration cannot locate. Temperature readings across the valley create their own mystery. While surface temperatures fluctuate with the desert climate, sensors placed at various depths record constant temperatures of exactly 20.3 degrees Celsius, regardless of location or seasonal variation. This thermal consistency suggests air circulation through unknown chambers, yet no connecting passages have been found. The temperature anomaly extends in a precise grid pattern covering nearly 4 square kilometers, far beyond the boundaries of any known tomb complex. Recent excavations have uncovered artifacts that challenge fundamental assumptions about the valley's timeline. In 2020, workers clearing rubble from around KV64 discovered pottery shards bearing hieroglyphs that predate the valley's supposed first use by over 800 years. Carbon dating confirms the age, but the hieroglyphic style matches no known dynasty. The shards were found 20 feet below what archaeologists considered the valley's original ground level, suggesting burial practices occurred here long before the New Kingdom pharaohs claimed it as their eternal resting place. The unexplored tomb, designated KV65, discovered through debris clearing in 2019, presents perhaps the most confounding architectural puzzle. The entrance descends at an angle that would, according to standard layouts, intersect with 3 other known tombs, yet excavation reveals corridors continuing far deeper than should be possible. The walls show tool marks from implements that leave no parallel grooves, unlike the copper tools used throughout the pharaonic period. Metal analysis of residue found in the tool marks reveals traces of hardened steel, a metallurgy technique supposedly unknown to ancient Egypt. Ground-penetrating radar has identified what appears to be a central chamber positioned directly beneath the intersection of the valley's 2 main branches. This chamber measures approximately 30 meters by 20 meters, larger than any burial chamber ever found in Egypt. The depth readings place it 60 meters below ground level, requiring engineering capabilities that exceed many modern excavation projects. Access routes to this chamber remain undetected, despite extensive tunneling operations from multiple tomb entrances. The distribution of smaller anomalies follows patterns that mirror astronomical alignments, but not those typically associated with Egyptian burial practices. Dr. Joanne Fletcher's team mapped the radar signatures against star charts from various historical periods and found correlations with Nubian astronomical records dating to 2600 BCE. The Nubians controlled parts of Egypt during the 25th dynasty, but their astronomical knowledge appearing in Valley of the Kings architecture 8 centuries before their rule suggests either remarkable foresight or earlier occupation than historically recorded. Water beneath the valley presents another impossibility. Geological surveys consistently indicate bone-dry bedrock, yet humidity sensors in deeper tomb chambers register moisture levels of 60 to 70%. This humidity remains constant year-round and shows no correlation with Nile flood cycles or seasonal precipitation. The moisture appears to originate from below, suggesting water sources at depths that predate the valley's formation. Isotope analysis of condensation collected from tomb walls matches no known water source in the region. Archaeological teams have documented recurring equipment malfunctions in specific areas of the valley. Digital cameras malfunction in reproducible patterns, with image distortion occurring consistently at the same geographical coordinates. GPS devices show accuracy drift that follows the same grid pattern revealed by thermal imaging. Metal detectors register strong signals from areas where subsequent excavation finds no metallic objects. These instrument anomalies suggest electromagnetic properties in the underlying rock that conventional geology cannot explain. The valley's acoustic mysteries extend beyond individual tombs. Sound mapping conducted in 2022 revealed that voices spoken at certain locations carry clearly to other points hundreds of meters away. While normal sound propagation predicts no audible transmission, the acoustic channels follow precise geometric lines that intersect at the location of the unreadable chamber detected by radar. Ancient graffiti found at these acoustic focal points include symbols that match no hieroglyphic dictionary, yet their positioning suggests deliberate marking of sound transmission points. Recent discoveries in Tomb KV5 have complicated theories about the valley's construction timeline. Beneath limestone blocks assumed to be foundational bedrock, archaeologists found worked stone-bearing inscriptions in proto-hieroglyphic script. This writing system predates known hieroglyphs by over 1,000 years, yet the stone's placement suggests it formed part of the valley's original construction. The inscriptions remain untranslated, but their mathematical precision implies sophisticated knowledge of geometry and astronomy. These anomalies accumulate into a picture of the Valley of the Kings as something far more complex than a royal burial ground. Each discovery reveals layers of usage, construction techniques, and astronomical knowledge that push the boundaries of accepted Egyptian chronology. The 17 radar anomalies represent only the beginning of questions that challenge everything archaeologists thought they understood about this ancient necropolis. The valley keeps its secrets buried beneath tons of limestone and sand, waiting for technologies advanced enough to reveal what lies hidden in those impossible chambers. The unknown architecture of the bent pyramid. The morning sun catches the limestone blocks at an impossible angle, creating shadows that shouldn't exist on any pyramid ever built. 45 miles south of Cairo, the bent pyramid of Sneferu stands as ancient Egypt's greatest architectural confession, a monument to something that went profoundly wrong, or perhaps deliberately right. Most visitors see the bend and assume failure. The pyramid rises confidently at 54 degrees for roughly half its height, then abruptly shifts to a gentler 43-degree slope, creating that distinctive kinked silhouette that has puzzled Egyptologists for over a century. But here's what makes this structure genuinely unsettling for modern architects: the mathematical precision required to execute that mid-construction angle change would challenge today's most sophisticated engineering teams. Dr. Zahi Hawass spent 3 decades studying this pyramid, and his measurements reveal something extraordinary. The transition point occurs at exactly 49 meters above ground level. Not approximately 49 meters, exactly 49 meters. The limestone blocks at the bend itself show no structural stress, no emergency repairs, no hasty modifications. Each stone was cut specifically for its position in this angular transformation. Traditional archaeology explains the bend as a correction. The theory suggests that Sneferu's architects realized their chosen angle was too steep, threatening structural collapse, so they reduced the slope to complete the project safely. It's a reasonable explanation that satisfies most textbooks, but it crumbles under closer examination. The pyramid's internal chamber system tells a different story entirely. Unlike other pyramids that contain chambers carved after construction, the bent pyramid's chambers appear designed for this exact shape from the beginning. The corbelled ceiling in the upper chamber aligns perfectly with the exterior bend, as if the architectural plans always intended this dual-angle design. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed that the foundation stones extend far deeper than necessary for the pyramid's actual height, suggesting the builders knew precisely what they were creating. In 2019, a team from Cairo University conducted acoustic tests throughout the structure. Sound waves behave differently in the upper and lower sections, creating distinct resonance patterns that change dramatically at the 49-meter transition point. Dr. Sakuji Yoshimura, who led the research, described the acoustic properties as functionally deliberate, noting that certain frequencies seem to amplify in the lower chamber, while others resonate in the upper section. The pyramid's casing stones present another mystery. Most pyramids lost their outer limestone casing over millennia, but the bent pyramid retains roughly 70% of its original surface. This preservation reveals construction techniques that differ significantly between the upper and lower sections. The lower portion uses massive blocks fitted with extraordinary precision, while the upper section employs smaller stones arranged in a completely different pattern. 2 construction methodologies within a single structure, as if 2 different civilizations built it. Carbon dating of organic materials found within the structure has yielded inconsistent results. Samples from the lower chambers date to approximately 2600 BCE, aligning with Sneferu's reign, but organic material from the upper chambers consistently dates 200 to 300 years earlier. These results have been replicated by 3 independent laboratories, yet no mainstream Egyptologist has offered a satisfactory explanation for this temporal discrepancy. The pyramid's solar alignment adds another layer of complexity. Most Egyptian pyramids orient to cardinal directions with remarkable precision, but the bent pyramid deviates by exactly 6.5 degrees. This deviation aligns the structure perfectly with the constellation Draco, as it appeared in 2800 BCE, centuries before the pyramid's supposed construction date. Astronomical software confirms that this alignment would have been impossible to achieve accidentally. Local Bedouin traditions preserve stories about the pyramid that predate archaeological discovery by generations. They speak of the broken mountain that was bent by the god's breath. More intriguingly, they describe hearing sounds from within the structure during specific times of year. Modern visitors have documented strange acoustic phenomena, particularly during spring and autumn equinoxes, when wind patterns create haunting resonances that seem to emanate from the pyramid's core. The surrounding complex deepens the mystery. While most pyramid complexes include mortuary temples, causeways, and satellite pyramids arranged in established patterns, the bent pyramid sits within a layout that follows no known Egyptian architectural tradition. The subsidiary pyramid, unusually positioned to the south rather than east, contains its own geometric anomalies. Its angle precisely mirrors the bent pyramid's upper slope, as if the two structures were designed as complementary elements in a larger system we don't yet understand. Recent excavations have revealed a network of tunnels extending far beyond the pyramid's base. These passages, cut through bedrock with the same precision as the pyramid itself, connect to underground chambers that remain largely unexplored. Ground-penetrating radar indicates that this subterranean complex may extend for several kilometers, potentially linking with other structures in the region. The mathematical relationships within the pyramid's design suggest knowledge of advanced geometric principles. The ratio between the pyramid's base and its transition point reflects the golden ratio with startling accuracy. The relationship between the upper and lower angles creates mathematical harmonics that appear in no other ancient structure. These proportions imply an understanding of mathematics that supposedly didn't exist in 3rd millennium Egypt. What emerges is a structure that challenges every assumption about ancient Egyptian construction capabilities and intentions. The bent pyramid wasn't a mistake corrected mid-construction. It was a deliberate architectural statement whose meaning remains locked in limestone and mathematics. The questions multiply in the desert silence. Why would ancient builders invest enormous resources in creating such an unusual structure? What purpose did those dual angles serve? And why does this pyramid, alone among all of Egypt's monuments, seem designed to preserve mysteries rather than reveal the glory of its builder? The bent pyramid continues bending our understanding of what ancient Egyptian architects knew and what they chose to build with that knowledge. Akhenaten's religious revolution. When the young pharaoh Amenhotep IV ascended to the throne of Egypt around 1353 BCE, no one could have predicted that within a few short years he would abandon his name, his capital, his gods, and nearly everything that had defined Egyptian civilization for over 1,000 years. What drove this ruler to cast aside the entire pantheon of Egyptian deities in favor of a single invisible god, and why did his revolutionary experiment vanish so completely that archaeologists almost missed it entirely? The transformation began quietly. In the early years of his reign, Amenhotep IV appeared to follow traditional pharaonic customs, building temples and honoring the ancient gods as expected. But something was changing behind the ceremonial facade. The young king had become obsessed with Aten, a minor solar deity that had existed on the periphery of Egyptian religion for centuries. Unlike the familiar gods with their animal heads and human bodies, Aten was represented simply as a sun disk, its rays ending in small hands that offered the Ankh symbol of life to those below. By his 5th regnal year, the pharaoh's devotion had intensified into something unprecedented in the ancient world. He changed his name to Akhenaten, meaning beneficial to Aten, and declared that this single deity was not merely supreme among gods, but the only god that truly existed. Every other divine being that Egyptians had worshipped since time immemorial was declared false, their temples abandoned, their names chiseled from monuments across the kingdom. The speed and completeness of this transformation baffles historians. Egypt's religious system wasn't simply ceremonial, it was the foundation of their entire worldview, their government, their understanding of death and afterlife. The god Amun-Ra had been supreme for centuries, his priesthood wielding enormous wealth and political influence. Osiris governed the realm of the dead, Isis offered protection to mothers and children, Thoth guided scholars and scribes. These weren't abstract concepts but living realities woven into every aspect of daily life. Yet Akhenaten swept them all away with startling efficiency. He ordered the construction of a entirely new capital city, Akhenaten, built in the middle of nowhere on the east bank of the Nile. Modern archaeologists know this site as Amarna, and it reveals the scope of the pharaoh's vision. Unlike traditional Egyptian cities that evolved gradually over centuries, Akhenaten was planned and executed as a complete statement of faith. Its temples were unlike anything built before, open to the sky rather than shrouded in darkness, designed so that Aten's light could flood every sacred space. The artistic revolution that accompanied this religious transformation was equally dramatic. For over a millennium, Egyptian art had followed strict conventions depicting pharaohs as idealized, godlike figures. Akhenaten's artists abandoned these traditions entirely. They showed the king with an elongated skull, prominent belly, feminine hips, and an unusually long face. His wife Nefertiti and their 6 daughters were depicted with similar physical characteristics. Some scholars suggest these were realistic portraits revealing genuine physical abnormalities, while others argue they represented a new artistic philosophy, emphasizing truth and naturalism. But perhaps the most puzzling aspect of Akhenaten's revolution was its theological sophistication. The great hymn to Aten, possibly composed by the pharaoh himself, reveals an understanding of monotheism that wouldn't appear elsewhere in the ancient world for centuries. The text describes Aten as a universal creator god who governs all lands and peoples, not just Egypt. It speaks of divine love, of God's care for all creatures great and small, of a deity who is simultaneously transcendent and intimately involved in daily life. This wasn't the simple elevation of one god above others, which had happened before in Egyptian history. This was something entirely different, a complete reconceptualization of the divine that eliminated the entire supernatural ecosystem Egyptians had inhabited for millennia. No more protective amulets invoking Isis. No more funerary texts guiding souls through Osiris's underworld. No more local deities watching over individual towns and trades. The reaction from Egypt's established religious hierarchy must have been intense, though direct records of opposition are scarce. The priesthood of Amun-Ra lost not only their spiritual authority, but their vast economic holdings. Provincial governors who had derived legitimacy from local deities found their power structures undermined. Common people who had relied on familiar gods for protection and guidance were told these sources of comfort were illusions. Archaeological evidence suggests the transformation was never complete. While the royal court embraced Atenism with apparent enthusiasm, excavations at worker villages near Amarna reveal that ordinary Egyptians continued practicing traditional religion in private. Amulets of old gods have been found hidden in houses, suggesting that Akhenaten's revolution remained primarily an elite phenomenon that never fully penetrated popular consciousness. The mystery deepens when we consider what happened next. After Akhenaten's death, the entire experiment collapsed with stunning rapidity. His successor, initially called Tutankhaten, changed his name to Tutankhamun and moved the capital back to Thebes. The old gods were restored, their temples rebuilt, their priesthoods reinstated. Akhenaten was abandoned so completely that desert sands buried it for millennia. Most remarkably, Egyptian records from subsequent dynasties barely acknowledge that Akhenaten ever existed. His name was omitted from official king lists, his monuments were dismantled, his revolutionary city was forgotten. Later pharaohs referred to this period obliquely as the time when the gods were neglected, but provided no details about what had actually occurred. Modern scholars struggle to explain how such a dramatic transformation could be reversed so completely. Were Akhenaten's successors simply restoring popular religion, or was there active resistance that forced the abandonment of Atenism? Did the experiment fail because it was imposed from above without genuine popular support, or were there deeper theological or political reasons for its collapse? The discovery of Amarna in the 19th century revealed this lost chapter of history, but raised more questions than it answered. We have Akhenaten's hymns and artistic innovations, but we lack insight into his personal motivations. We can see the scope of his transformation, but not the process by which it was implemented or abandoned. Perhaps most intriguing is the possibility that Akhenaten's monotheistic revolution influenced other religious traditions. Some scholars note similarities between Atenist texts and later biblical psalms, suggesting possible connections between the pharaoh's failed experiment and the development of Hebrew monotheism. But these links remain speculative, obscured by centuries of historical silence. In the end, Akhenaten remains one of history's most enigmatic figures, a ruler who attempted to transform an entire civilization's understanding of the divine, only to have his revolution erased as thoroughly as footprints in desert sand. The mystery of ancient Egyptian medicine. When Edwin Smith purchased an ancient papyrus in Luxor in 1862, he had no idea he was acquiring what would become one of the most startling documents in the history of medicine. This wasn't another collection of spells or religious incantations. What Smith had found was a surgical manual written 4,000 years ago. The Edwin Smith Papyrus, as it came to be known, contains descriptions of surgical procedures that wouldn't be understood by European physicians until the Renaissance. 48 cases of trauma surgery, documented with a precision that rivals modern medical textbooks, brain surgery techniques, detailed anatomical observations, treatment protocols that demonstrate an understanding of the human body that supposedly didn't exist until thousands of years later. The papyrus describes a physician examining a patient with a skull fracture, noting how the brain throbs and flutters under his fingers like the weak place of an infant's crown before it becomes whole. This isn't the language of primitive medicine. This is the observation of someone who understood neurological function in ways that challenge everything we think we know about ancient medical knowledge. But the Edwin Smith Papyrus is just the beginning. The Ebers Papyrus, discovered in 1874, reads like a pharmaceutical encyclopedia from another world. 877 prescriptions and remedies, many of which have been tested by modern scientists and found to be medically sound. Treatments for diabetes that anticipate insulin therapy, antibiotics derived from moldy bread, predating Fleming's discovery of penicillin by 4 millennia, contraceptive methods that demonstrate an understanding of reproductive biology that shouldn't have existed. What troubles medical historians isn't just the sophistication of these treatments, it's the systematic way they're presented. These aren't folk remedies passed down through oral tradition. These are carefully documented medical protocols, complete with dosages, preparation methods, and expected outcomes. The level of organization suggests medical schools, standardized training, and a body of knowledge built over centuries of careful observation. The surgical instruments found in ancient Egyptian tombs tell the same impossible story. Bronze scalpels with edges so precisely crafted they could perform microsurgery. Surgical saws designed for trepanation that show wear patterns consistent with successful brain surgery. Forceps and clamps that demonstrate an understanding of surgical technique that rivals modern practice. Archaeological evidence from the necropolis at Saqqara reveals something even more unsettling. Mummies with clear evidence of successful surgical procedures. Healed bone fractures showing signs of proper orthopedic treatment. Skulls with perfectly circular holes that have healed completely, indicating the patient survived brain surgery and lived for years afterward. In some cases, multiple trepanation sites suggest repeated procedures on the same individual. Dr. Joanne Fletcher, one of the world's leading Egyptologists, has spent decades studying these medical papyri. Her analysis reveals something that conventional archaeology struggles to explain. The medical knowledge documented in these texts appears fully formed, with no evidence of gradual development. The earliest medical papyri show the same level of sophistication as later ones. It's as if this advanced medical knowledge appeared complete, without the centuries of trial and error that characterize medical advancement in other civilizations. The Hearst Medical Papyrus presents perhaps the most puzzling evidence. Dating to around 2000 BCE, it contains detailed descriptions of surgical procedures that require an understanding of human anatomy that could only come from systematic dissection. Yet, Egyptian religious beliefs supposedly prohibited the desecration of human bodies. The contradiction has never been satisfactorily explained. Modern attempts to replicate ancient Egyptian medical procedures have yielded disturbing results. In 2003, a team of surgeons at Cairo University attempted to perform cataract surgery using techniques described in the Chester Beatty Papyrus. The procedure, which involves removing the clouded lens through a tiny incision, succeeded. The surgeons noted that the ancient technique actually caused less trauma than some modern methods. The implications extend beyond individual procedures. The medical papyri describe a healthcare system that appears impossibly advanced for its time. Specialized physicians for different parts of the body, medical schools attached to temples, standardized treatments that suggest extensive clinical trials, the organization of medical knowledge that wouldn't be seen again until the establishment of modern medical institutions. Chemical analysis of mummy tissues has revealed another layer to the mystery. Traces of compounds that shouldn't exist in ancient remains, antibiotics that won't be discovered until the 20th century, pain relievers with molecular structures that anticipate modern pharmaceuticals. The preservation techniques used on these mummies demonstrate a knowledge of chemistry that predates scientific chemistry by thousands of years. The dental work found in ancient Egyptian remains presents its own puzzles. Gold bridges crafted with precision that requires advanced metallurgy, root canal procedures that show understanding of dental anatomy, orthodontic devices that demonstrate knowledge of tooth movement and jaw alignment. Some mummies show evidence of dental work that would be considered advanced by modern standards. What makes these discoveries particularly unsettling is their isolation in history. This level of medical knowledge doesn't appear to have been shared with other ancient civilizations. Greek and Roman medical texts, written centuries later, show none of this sophistication. It's as if the ancient Egyptians possessed medical knowledge that disappeared with their civilization, only to be rediscovered in the modern era. Recent excavations have uncovered medical facilities that challenge our understanding of ancient healthcare. The remains of what appears to be a surgical suite at Dendera, complete with drainage systems and evidence of anesthetic use, operating tables carved from single blocks of stone, designed with channels for blood drainage, instruments stored in sterile conditions that suggest understanding of antiseptic principles. The mystery deepens when we consider the time frame. Some of these medical techniques appear in Egyptian records thousands of years before they're documented anywhere else in the world. The time gap is so significant that it suggests either an impossible leap in medical understanding or knowledge that came from a source we haven't identified. These ancient medical texts continue to yield secrets. Each translation reveals new impossibilities. Each archaeological discovery adds another layer to a mystery that grows more complex with every answer we find. The ancient Egyptians possessed medical knowledge that shouldn't have existed, practiced techniques that anticipate modern medicine, and left behind evidence of a healthcare system that rivals our own. In the silence of museum archives, these papyri wait with their ancient secrets intact, guardians of knowledge that time forgot to erase. The secrets of the Serapeum, 24 granite boxes, each one carved from single blocks of stone, each weighing between 60 and 80 tons, each polished to tolerances that modern machinery struggles to achieve. They sit in the underground chambers of the Serapeum at Sahara, and after more than a century of study, we still don't know how they were made. The French archaeologist Auguste Mariette discovered them in 1850, expecting to find mummified sacred bulls. What he found instead were precision-engineered monuments that defy conventional explanations of ancient Egyptian capabilities. The granite came from Aswan, 600 miles south. Moving these monoliths would challenge contemporary logistics. Creating them challenges our understanding of what tools were available 4,000 years ago. Run your hand along the surface of these sarcophagi, though whether they ever held bodies remains uncertain, and you'll feel stone polished smoother than most modern countertops. The internal corners meet at perfect right angles. The walls maintain uniform thickness throughout. When researchers measure the flatness of the surfaces, they find deviations of less than 0.02 of an inch across spans of several feet. This level of precision requires machinery we associate with the Industrial Age, not the Bronze Age. Dr. Christopher Dunn, a precision machinist who has spent decades analyzing these artifacts, documented tool marks that suggest the use of tubular drills capable of cutting through granite at rates that exceed what we could achieve with similar tools today. The spiral patterns left in the stone indicate feed rates, how fast the drill bit moved through the rock, that would require tremendous mechanical advantage. Yet no evidence exists of such machinery in ancient Egypt. The logistics alone present an almost insurmountable puzzle. Each box had to be lowered through narrow tunnels into chambers carved from bedrock. The passages show no evidence of ramps or mechanical systems capable of handling such massive weights. The boxes sit precisely positioned, some still bearing the marks where their lids once rested. Those lids, equally massive, were fitted with such accuracy that inserting a knife blade between lid and base proves impossible in many places. But the mystery deepens when you consider what wasn't found inside them. Of the 24 sarcophagi, only a few contained any organic material at all. Those that did held fragments so degraded that identification proved impossible. No royal mummies, no burial goods, no inscriptions indicating who might have been interred within these monuments to precision engineering. The chambers themselves yield few clues about their builders' intentions. The official explanation suggests these were burial places for sacred Apis bulls, creatures revered as incarnations of the god Playa. But this interpretation faces significant challenges. The dimensions seem excessive for animal burials. The precision appears unnecessary for ceremonial purposes. And the complete absence of the expected remains raises questions about whether these boxes ever served as sarcophagi at all. Some researchers propose alternative functions. The precision of construction suggests possible use as measurement standards, ancient references against which other objects could be calibrated. The acoustic properties of the chambers, with their precise dimensions and granite surfaces, create unusual sound phenomena that might have served ritual purposes. The boxes themselves, when struck, produce pure resonant tones that carry clearly through the underground complex. The granite itself presents another enigma. Aswan granite contains quartz crystals that create piezoelectric effects under pressure. Some researchers speculate whether the ancient Egyptians understood these properties and incorporated them into religious or technological practices we no longer comprehend. The precision required to work with such material suggests knowledge that exceeded mere craftsmanship. Recent technological analysis has revealed details invisible to earlier investigators. Laser scanning shows that the internal surfaces of many boxes exhibit tool marks following precise mathematical patterns. The walls converge at angles that suggest understanding of advanced geometric principles. The distribution of wear patterns indicates these monuments may have been used for purposes requiring repeated access and interaction. The dating of the Serapeum remains problematic. Carbon dating of organic fragments provides rough timeframes, but the granite itself cannot be dated through conventional methods. Stylistic analysis of the few decorative elements suggests construction during the New Kingdom, but the engineering techniques seem to belong to a different technological tradition entirely. Local traditions preserve stories about these underground chambers that predate written records. Workers in the area speak of sounds emerging from deep within the complex during certain atmospheric conditions. Modern acoustic analysis confirms that the chambers amplify and focus sound waves in ways that create unusual effects. Whether these phenomena influenced ancient practices remains unknown. The question of authorship haunts every investigation of the Serapeum. The precision engineering suggests a technological tradition that appears nowhere else in ancient Egyptian construction. The methods required to achieve such accuracy would have demanded specialized knowledge, sophisticated tools, and organizational capabilities that exceed what we associate with ancient civilizations. Yet here they stand, testament to abilities we cannot fully explain or replicate. Dr. Dunn's analysis suggests that creating just one of these sarcophagi would require months of continuous work using modern precision machinery. Multiplying that effort across 24 boxes, then adding the complexity of transporting them through narrow underground passages, creates a logistical challenge that stretches credibility when limited to ancient tools and methods. The silence surrounding these monuments adds to their mystery. Unlike most ancient Egyptian constructions, the Serapeum boxes carry no inscriptions explaining their purpose, no decorative programs revealing their cultural significance, no textual references that might illuminate their construction methods. They exist as purely functional objects, their purpose encoded in their precision rather than explained through words or symbols. When researchers attempt to replicate even small sections of these boxes using traditional tools and methods, they encounter immediate limitations. The precision cannot be maintained. The efficiency falls far short of what the evidence suggests. The tool marks indicate capabilities that exceed what should have been possible given the technological constraints of ancient Egypt. 24 granite monuments to precision, 24 questions about what our ancestors knew, what they could do, and what purposes drove them to create objects whose secrets remain locked in stone. The Serapeum guards its mysteries as carefully as those ancient boxes once guarded whatever they contained. In the silence of those underground chambers, the only certainties are the questions that echo off walls polished to impossible perfection. The mythical builders of the pyramids. When the ancient Greek historian Herodotus walked among the pyramids in the 5th century BCE, the Egyptian priests told him something that would echo through millennia. The great monuments, they whispered, were not built by human hands alone. These guardians of knowledge spoke of divine architects, of beings who descended from the stars to guide mortal workers in their impossible task. The priests weren't alone in these claims. Across cultures and centuries, legends persist of otherworldly assistance in humanity's greatest architectural achievements. Yet nowhere do these stories converge more powerfully than in the shadow of Giza, where 3 limestone giants continue to defy our understanding of ancient capabilities. Consider the mathematical precision embedded in every stone block. The Great Pyramid aligns to true north with an accuracy that modern construction struggles to match. Its base perimeter, when divided by its height, yields pi to the 15th decimal place. The internal chambers resonate at frequencies that correspond to the Earth's heartbeat. These aren't accidents or approximations. They're the signatures of minds that understood principles we're only beginning to rediscover. The ancient Egyptians themselves seemed uncertain about their own achievements. In texts dating to the Middle Kingdom, scribes wrote of Thoth, the ibis-headed god of knowledge, who provided the sacred geometry for pyramid construction. Other papyri mention the Neteru, divine beings who possessed the secrets of lifting massive stones through sound and sacred mathematics. These weren't metaphorical descriptions to the ancients. They were historical accounts, recorded with the same matter-of-fact precision used to document grain harvests and flood levels. What makes these claims particularly intriguing is their consistency across unrelated sources. The Turin Papyrus, written during the reign of Ramesses II, describes a time when the followers of Horus walked among humans, teaching them the arts of civilization. These beings, according to the text, could manipulate gravity itself and spoke in harmonies that made stone dance. Similar accounts appear in tomb inscriptions at Saqqara, where builders credited their success to those who came from the imperishable stars. Modern archaeology has uncovered evidence that's difficult to reconcile with conventional construction theories. Tool marks on pyramid stones show cutting patterns that require RPM speeds impossible with copper tools. Some blocks display precision that rivals laser cutting technology. In 2017, researchers using cosmic ray imaging discovered previously unknown voids within the Great Pyramid, empty spaces that serve no apparent structural purpose but align perfectly with celestial objects. The logistics alone present staggering challenges. The Great Pyramid contains approximately 2.3 million stone blocks, each weighing between 2 and 15 tons. To complete the structure in the 20-year time frame traditionally accepted by scholars, workers would have needed to position one block every 2 minutes, 24 hours a day, for 2 decades. This assumes perfect organization, no weather delays, and supernatural endurance from the workforce. Yet evidence suggests the pyramids rose even faster than these calculations suggest. Core samples from mortar between blocks show remarkably uniform composition, indicating rapid construction with consistent material sourcing. This uniformity is nearly impossible to achieve with ancient supply chains, unless the builders possess technologies we don't see in the archaeological record. The mythical builders appear in other forms throughout Egyptian literature. The Westcar Papyrus tells of Djoser's architect, Imhotep, who could speak to the stones and make them obey. Modern Egyptologists interpret this as metaphor, but contemporary accounts treat it as literal fact. Imhotep, deified after his death, supposedly learned his craft from beings who wore the appearance of men but possessed the wisdom of eternities. Then there are the acoustics. The king's chamber in the Great Pyramid exhibits resonant properties that amplify human voice frequencies while dampening others. Sound engineers have discovered that specific tones, when vocalized within the chamber, create standing wave patterns that correspond to the pyramid's dimensions. Ancient texts speak of priests who could sing the stones into place, a description that takes on new meaning when we understand the structure's acoustic properties. The Giza complex itself reflects knowledge of the Earth's dimensions that shouldn't have been available to Bronze Age civilizations. The three pyramids mirror the constellation Orion with stunning accuracy, not as it appeared during the Old Kingdom, but as it would have looked during the last ice age, roughly 12,500 years ago. This suggests either impossibly accurate astronomical records or guidance from observers who witnessed these celestial configurations firsthand. Traditional Egyptology maintains that human ingenuity, combined with unlimited labor and decades of effort, explains the pyramid's construction. Yet this theory requires us to ignore significant evidence: the mathematical impossibilities, the technological signatures, the consistent mythological accounts, the timeline contradictions. Perhaps most compelling are the gaps in the archaeological record. We have detailed accounts of Egyptian daily life, religious practices, and governmental administration from the Pyramid Age. Yet nowhere do we find comprehensive records of the construction process itself. No payroll records for the supposed army of workers. No detailed plans showing construction techniques. No evolutionary development of the skills required for such massive undertakings. The pyramid builders appeared in history fully formed, completed humanity's most ambitious construction project, and then vanished, leaving only whispers of their true identity. Later Egyptian architects, despite possessing the same tools and knowledge base, never again approached the precision and scale of Giza. It's as though the essential wisdom departed with its bearers. Modern attempts to explain pyramid construction through conventional means consistently fall short. Ramp theories collapse under mathematical scrutiny. Leverage systems can't account for the precision required. Even with modern equipment, reproducing the Great Pyramid would challenge contemporary engineering capabilities. The mythical builders remain mythical only because we lack better explanations. Their fingerprints persist in stone and mathematics, in acoustic resonance and astronomical alignment. Whether they were gods, teachers from a lost civilization, or something else entirely, their presence in the historical record refuses to fade. The desert keeps its secrets. But sometimes, in the silence between the stones, we catch echoes of impossible truths waiting to be understood. The Abydos helicopter hieroglyphs. In 1848, when archaeologists first entered the Temple of Seti I at Abydos, they expected to find the usual array of sacred birds, gods, and pharaohs carved into limestone walls. What they discovered instead would spark debates that continue to perplex researchers more than a century and a half later. Carved into the ancient stone, clear as daylight, are images that appear to show a helicopter, a submarine, and what looks remarkably like a modern fighter jet. These aren't subtle impressions or shadows that require imagination to interpret. The hieroglyphs are distinct, detailed, and undeniably present on a wall that dates back over 3,000 years. The temple itself stands as one of Egypt's most magnificent monuments, built by Pharaoh Seti I around 1294 BCE. Every surface tells stories of gods and kings, of journeys through the afterlife and battles won in service of the divine. Yet tucked away in what archaeologists call the helicopter panel, these particular symbols seem to tell an entirely different story altogether. Dr. Ruth McKinley, an Egyptologist who has spent decades studying Abydos, describes her first encounter with the panel as deeply unsettling. The hieroglyphs sit there with an almost mechanical precision, she notes, their clean lines and recognizable shapes creating an immediate sense of cognitive dissonance. Here, carved in stone older than most civilizations, are images that shouldn't exist for another 3 millennia. The mainstream explanation centers on what scholars term palimpsest erosion. According to this theory, the strange shapes result from layers of hieroglyphs carved at different periods, then worn down by time and weather until they merged into new, coincidentally modern-looking forms. The original inscription, honoring Seti I, was later modified during the reign of Ramesses II, who had his predecessors' cartouches plastered over and replaced with his own names and titles. As centuries passed, the theory continues, the plaster gradually fell away, revealing portions of both the original and later carvings. The overlapping imagery, combined with natural erosion patterns, created the startling resemblance to 20th century military aircraft. Yet this explanation, while academically sound, fails to satisfy everyone who examines the panel closely. The helicopter image, in particular, displays a level of detail that seems to transcend simple coincidence. The rotor assembly appears clearly defined, the tail section distinct, the overall proportions surprisingly accurate for an accidental formation. Dr. Alan Richardson, a materials engineer who has analyzed the carving techniques throughout the temple, raises questions about the uniformity of the erosion patterns. Natural weathering, he argues, typically creates irregular, chaotic formations. The helicopter panel shows wear patterns that appear almost selective, revealing certain lines while obscuring others in ways that seem to follow the logic of mechanical design rather than random decay. But the helicopter isn't the only puzzling element in this ancient gallery of impossible images. Nearby carvings show what appears to be a submarine or underwater vessel, complete with what looks like a periscope or conning tower. Another section displays something that bears an uncanny resemblance to a modern jet fighter, with swept wings and a streamlined fuselage. The submarine image proves particularly intriguing when considered alongside other Egyptian mysteries. Ancient Egyptian texts speak frequently of boats that could travel through both air and water, vessels that transported gods and pharaohs through invisible realms. The pyramid texts describe craft that could navigate the celestial waters of the sky, while the Book of the Dead mentions boats that could dive beneath the primordial waters of creation itself. Could these hieroglyphs represent not accidental erosion, but intentional records of technologies that existed in ways we don't yet understand? French researcher Marie Dubois has spent years documenting similar anomalous carvings throughout Egypt. Her work reveals a pattern of imagery that consistently defies conventional timelines. At Saqqara, she's photographed reliefs that show objects resembling electrical conductors. In the Temple of Hathor at Dendera, massive stone panels depict what appear to be oversized light bulbs connected by cables to power sources. The Abydos helicopter, she suggests, may be part of a larger tapestry of evidence pointing toward technological capabilities that mainstream archaeology hasn't fully acknowledged or understood. Critics of unconventional interpretations point to the dangers of pareidolia, the human tendency to perceive familiar patterns in random or ambiguous stimuli. We see faces in clouds, they argue, not because clouds contain faces, but because our brains are wired to recognize familiar forms even where none exist. The helicopter hieroglyphs may simply represent our modern minds imposing contemporary imagery onto ancient damaged stone. But this dismissal becomes more difficult when considering the broader context of Abydos itself. The site has yielded numerous artifacts and inscriptions that challenge conventional understanding of ancient Egyptian capabilities. Underground chambers have been discovered containing precision-cut granite boxes that show no tool marks despite being carved from some of the hardest stone on Earth. The acoustic properties of certain chambers suggest sophisticated understanding of sound engineering that wouldn't be formally documented until the modern era. Recent digital scanning of the helicopter panel using advanced imaging techniques has revealed even more puzzling details. High-resolution analysis shows micro-chisel marks that appear to follow the contours of the aircraft images, suggesting intentional carving rather than accidental erosion. The depth and consistency of these marks align more closely with deliberate engraving than with random weathering patterns. Spectroscopic analysis of the limestone itself has yielded equally intriguing results. The stone composition around the helicopter images shows variations that don't match the surrounding areas, as if different tools or techniques were used in their creation. These variations appear in patterns that correspond to the aircraft imagery rather than following the natural grain of the limestone or expected erosion pathways. The mystery deepens when considering the precision required to create such specific imagery through accidental means. Statistical analysis suggests that the probability of random erosion creating three distinct, recognizable modern vehicles in close proximity approaches astronomical improbability. Yet there they remain, carved in stone that predates powered flight by 3,000 years. As desert winds continue to wear away at the ancient temple walls, the helicopter hieroglyphs of Abydos persist as silent testimony to questions that remain unanswered. Whether they represent impossible knowledge preserved in stone, or simply the fascinating accidents of time and weather, they continue to challenge our understanding of what the ancient world knew, how it recorded that knowledge, and what secrets might still lie hidden in the shadows of the pharaohs. The unfinished obelisk of Aswan. Deep within the granite quarries of Aswan, carved directly into living bedrock, lies a monument that was never meant to be seen. The unfinished obelisk stretches over 100 feet in length, weighs an estimated 1,300 tons, and remains exactly where ancient workers abandoned it more than 3 millennia ago. What makes this massive sculpture extraordinary isn't its size, though it would have stood as the largest obelisk ever erected. It's what happened to stop its completion, and what that reveals about capabilities we're still struggling to understand. The obelisk lies on its side, 3/4 freed from the surrounding granite, attached to the bedrock only by a narrow ridge along its base. Every surface shows the methodical precision of ancient Egyptian stoneworkers. Tool marks cover the granite in systematic patterns. Channels run parallel to the shaft. The pointed pyramidion is nearly complete, carved with the same mathematical precision found in the greatest monuments of the pharaohs. Yet something went wrong. Cracks appeared in the granite. Work stopped. The site was abandoned so suddenly that bronze and stone tools were left scattered in the dust, as if the workers simply walked away one afternoon and never returned. Modern archaeologists date the obelisk to the reign of Hatshepsut, around 1500 BCE, though some evidence suggests the work may have begun earlier. Hatshepsut, one of the most successful female pharaohs in Egyptian history, commissioned numerous obelisks during her 22-year reign. Several of her completed monuments still stand at Karnak Temple, testament to her builder's skill. But this obelisk was different. Had it been completed and erected, it would have weighed nearly twice as much as any obelisk ever successfully raised. The engineering required to move such a mass from Aswan to its intended destination, likely Karnak Temple over 200 kilometers north, challenges our understanding of ancient Egyptian capabilities. The quarry itself presents puzzles that multiply the deeper you look. Tool marks in the granite show a level of precision that modern stonemasons find difficult to replicate. The cuts are clean, the angles exact, the surfaces smooth despite being carved from one of the hardest stones on Earth. Granite ranks 7 on the Mohs hardness scale, harder than steel, yet these ancient workers shaped it as if it were limestone. Traditional Egyptology explains the process through copper tools, wooden wedges, and abrasive sand. Workers would have pounded dolerite balls against the granite to pulverize the surface, then cleared away the debris to continue the slow process of excavation. This method works in theory, and has been demonstrated on small scales in modern experiments, yet the mathematics don't align. Calculations based on experimental archaeology suggest that freeing just this one obelisk from the bedrock would have required tens of thousands of man-hours, possibly more than 100,000. The logistics of organizing such a workforce, maintaining the tools, and sustaining the precision over months or years of labor present challenges that extend beyond simple craftsmanship into the realm of industrial organization. The tool marks themselves tell a more complex story than traditional explanations accommodate. Under magnification, the granite surfaces show characteristics that some researchers argue are inconsistent with pure manual percussion. The cut walls are too uniform, the angles too precise, the depths too consistent across such vast surfaces. Engineer Christopher Dunn has spent decades analyzing these marks. His measurements reveal tool marks that maintain consistent depth and spacing across entire sections of the quarry. This suggests either a level of quality control that surpasses most modern construction projects, or techniques we haven't fully understood. More puzzling still is the question of why work stopped. The official explanation centers on the cracks that appeared in the granite. These fissures, clearly visible today, would have rendered the finished obelisk structurally unsound. Discovery of such flaws would indeed justify abandoning the project. But the timing raises questions. The cracks follow natural geological lines in the granite, patterns that experienced quarrymen would have recognized before beginning such massive undertaking. Egyptian stoneworkers had been extracting granite from Aswan for centuries before Hatshepsut's reign. Their expertise in reading stone quality was legendary throughout the ancient world. Why would such experienced craftsmen begin carving an obelisk of unprecedented size without first ensuring the stone's integrity? Why invest what must have been enormous resources in a project doomed by visible geological flaws? Some researchers propose that the cracks appeared during the carving process, perhaps due to the unprecedented stress of excavating such a large monument from the bedrock. Others suggest that the workers were pushing the boundaries of their techniques, attempting something beyond their previous experience, and learned too late that the stone wouldn't support such ambitions. Yet another possibility emerges from examination of the quarry's layout. The unfinished obelisk isn't alone. Scattered throughout the site are partially completed sculptures, abandoned stone blocks, and excavation channels that lead nowhere. The entire quarry shows signs of sudden abandonment, as if some external event forced the workers to leave their tools and never return. Historical records from this period are frustratingly incomplete. We know that Hatshepsut's reign ended under circumstances that remain debated among historians. Her successor, Thutmose III, ordered many of her monuments defaced or destroyed. Perhaps the obelisk project was abandoned not due to geological problems, but because of political upheaval that made its completion impossible. The transportation question adds another layer to the mystery. Even if the obelisk had been successfully extracted, moving 1,300 tons of granite from Aswan to Karnak would have required engineering solutions for which we have no documented precedent. The largest obelisks that were successfully transported weigh roughly half as much. The Nile River provided the obvious route, and evidence exists of specialized barges designed for carrying obelisks. But a vessel capable of carrying this massive monument would have been unlike anything described in surviving records. The structural requirements alone challenge our understanding of ancient shipbuilding techniques. Today, the unfinished obelisk draws thousands of visitors annually, most attracted by its size and the story of its abandonment. But for researchers studying ancient Egyptian technology, it represents something more significant, evidence of capabilities that stretched beyond what traditional archaeology explains, and questions about techniques that died with their creators. The tool marks remain, the precision endures, the questions multiply. In the silence of the Aswan quarry, surrounded by 3,000 years of accumulated sand, the unfinished obelisk continues its patient wait, holding secrets that may never be fully revealed. The Saqqara bird, ancient aerodynamics. In 1898, during a routine cataloging of artifacts at the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, a small wooden object caught the attention of researchers. Roughly 6 inches long and carved from sycamore wood, it bore the unmistakable shape of a bird in flight. The piece was labeled and filed away as a simple bird figurine, joining thousands of other religious and decorative items from ancient Egypt. For decades, it sat undisturbed in storage, just another example of Egyptian craftsmanship. But in 1969, something remarkable happened. Dr. Khalil Masiha, an Egyptian physician with a passion for archaeology and a background in aeronautical engineering, was examining the artifact when he noticed something others had missed. The proportions weren't quite right for a bird. The wingspan seemed calculated rather than natural. The tail wasn't feathered like typical bird representations, but smooth and vertical, resembling something else entirely. Dr. Masiha's engineering background allowed him to see what archaeologists might not. The object's measurements followed specific ratios that appeared deliberately designed for flight. The wingspan to body length ratio matched principles found in modern glider design. The smooth aerodynamic curves suggested an understanding of airflow dynamics that conventional wisdom said didn't exist in ancient Egypt. When Masiha published his observations, he ignited a debate that continues today. Was this wooden object, dating to approximately 200 BCE, evidence of ancient Egyptian knowledge of flight, or was it simply a stylized bird figurine, given meaning that was never intended? The Saqqara bird, as it came to be known, measures exactly 18 centimeters in length, with a wingspan of 18.3 centimeters. The body is streamlined, tapering toward the rear in a way that minimizes drag. Most intriguingly, where you might expect to find legs or talons on a bird figurine, there's a small hole, as if something was meant to be attached. Some researchers suggest this hole once held a vertical tail fin, which would have been essential for stable flight. The wood itself tells part of the story. Sycamore was expensive in ancient Egypt, reserved for important items. If this were merely a child's toy or simple decoration, cheaper materials would have sufficed. The craftsmanship is exceptional, with every curve precisely shaped and polished to a smooth finish, that would reduce air resistance. Dr. Martin Gregory, an aerodynamics expert and glider pilot, conducted wind tunnel tests on scale models of the Saqqara bird in the 1970s. His results were startling. The object demonstrated genuine aerodynamic properties, capable of stable gliding flight when given proper launch velocity. With the addition of a small tail fin in the hole at the rear, the model's performance improved dramatically, suggesting the original artifact may indeed have been designed to fly. But skepticism runs deep in archaeological circles, and for good reason. Dr. Joyce Tildesley, an Egyptologist at the University of Manchester, points out that ancient Egypt is filled with stylized bird representations that don't conform to naturalistic proportions. Egyptian art often emphasized symbolic meaning over literal accuracy. The ibis, falcon, and other sacred birds appear throughout Egyptian artifacts with various modifications that served religious rather than aerodynamic purposes. The dating of the artifact also raises questions. At approximately 200 BCE, the Saqqara bird comes from the Ptolemaic period, when Greek influence dominated Egyptian culture. Some scholars argue that any advanced aerodynamic knowledge would more likely have come from Greek scientific traditions rather than indigenous Egyptian innovation. Yet no similar objects have been found in Greek archaeological sites. What makes the Saqqara bird particularly intriguing is its isolation. If ancient Egyptians possessed knowledge of flight, where are the other examples? Where are the hieroglyphic references to flying machines? Where are the tomb paintings depicting human flight? The artifact stands alone, without context or companions, which both strengthens and weakens various interpretations. Recent analysis using modern scanning techniques has revealed additional details about the object's construction. The wood shows tool marks consistent with ancient Egyptian woodworking implements, confirming its antiquity, but the precision of the shaping suggests careful planning and multiple refinements, as if the creator was working toward specific specifications. Some researchers have proposed a middle ground theory. Perhaps the Saqqara bird wasn't intended for human flight, but served as a model for understanding bird flight itself. Ancient Egyptians were keen observers of nature, and flight held deep religious significance. The object might represent an early attempt at scientific modeling, a way to study and comprehend the mechanics of flight without necessarily attempting to replicate it at human scale. The religious context cannot be ignored. In Egyptian mythology, the Ba, or soul, was often depicted as a bird with human characteristics, capable of flying between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. Flight represented transcendence, divine connection, and the journey to the afterlife. The Saqqara bird might embody these spiritual concepts rather than practical aerodynamics. Yet Dr. Messiha's observations remain compelling. He documented that the object, when suspended by string from its center of gravity, achieves perfect horizontal balance. This suggests an understanding of weight distribution crucial for stable flight. The upward angle of the wings creates dihedral, a design principle that provides natural stability in gliding aircraft. Contemporary experiments continue to yield mixed results. Some researchers have successfully launched replicas of the Saqqara bird and achieved brief gliding flight. Others report immediate crashes and instability. The variables are numerous: launch angle, velocity, wind conditions, and whether a tail fin is added to the rear mounting hole. What cannot be disputed is the object's uniqueness. In all of ancient Egyptian archaeology, nothing quite like the Saqqara bird has been discovered. Its aerodynamic properties appear intentional, its construction deliberate, and its design sophisticated. Whether this represents ancient knowledge of flight, advanced artistic interpretation, or remarkable coincidence remains an open question. The small wooden object rests today in a climate-controlled case, still generating debate more than 50 years after Dr. Messiha first recognized its unusual properties. 3,000 years ago, someone shaped this piece of sycamore wood with extraordinary precision, creating something that continues to challenge our understanding of what ancient civilizations knew and what they dreamed of achieving in the endless blue sky above the Nile. The Great Flood in Egyptian lore. 3 civilizations, separated by thousands of miles and centuries of time, recorded the same impossible event. The Mesopotamians carved it into cuneiform, the Hebrews preserved it in Genesis, and deep within the hieroglyphic records of ancient Egypt, scribes documented their own version of a world-ending flood. The Egyptian accounts have remained largely in the shadows of more famous deluge myths, yet they contain details that modern geology is only beginning to understand. When we examine these texts alongside recent discoveries about the Sahara's climatic history, we find ourselves confronting evidence that challenges our assumptions about both ancient memory and prehistoric catastrophe. The earliest Egyptian flood narrative appears in the coffin texts, dating to around 2100 BCE. Here, the god Atum speaks of a time when he will destroy all creation, returning the world to the primordial waters of Noon. But it's the details within this cosmic destruction that prove most intriguing. The texts describe not just spiritual renewal, but specific geographical changes, the reversal of river flows, the submersion of entire regions, the transformation of fertile lands into endless water. What makes the Egyptian version distinct from other flood myths is its integration with actual historical memory. Unlike the biblical or Mesopotamian accounts, which present the flood as a singular divine judgment, Egyptian texts weave the deluge into their understanding of cyclical time. The flood becomes part of a pattern, something that has happened before and will happen again. Dr. Fakhri Hassan of University College London spent decades analyzing these texts alongside archaeological evidence from the Nile Valley. His research revealed something remarkable. The Egyptian accounts describe specific hydrological phenomena that match geological evidence of massive flooding events in North Africa between 15,000 and 5,000 years ago. During this period, what we now know as the Sahara Desert was a verdant landscape crossed by river systems larger than any existing today. Satellite imagery has revealed the ghost channels of these ancient waterways, some over 100 kilometers wide. When this green Sahara period ended, it didn't fade gradually. Evidence suggests the transition was catastrophically sudden. The Edfu temple texts, inscribed during the Ptolemaic period, but claiming to preserve much older traditions, describe the Island of the Egg, where the first temples were built. This island, according to the hieroglyphic accounts, was eventually submerged beneath rising waters, forcing the survivors to relocate their sacred knowledge to higher ground along the Nile. Recent underwater archaeology in the Mediterranean has discovered structures off the Egyptian coast that shouldn't exist according to conventional sea level chronologies. The ruins near Alexandria show evidence of rapid submersion, with building foundations still containing organic material that dates to periods when the sea level should have been much lower. But the most compelling evidence comes from an unexpected source. The ancient Egyptian calendar itself appears to encode information about a catastrophic flood. Dr. Robert Bauval's analysis of astronomical alignments in pyramid texts suggests that certain monuments were positioned to commemorate specific stellar configurations that occurred during periods of massive climatic upheaval. The pyramid texts speak of the waters of chaos returning to cover the land, but they also describe the preservation of knowledge by the companions of Re, who survived by building vessels modeled after the solar bark. These aren't merely mythological boats, but appear to reference actual construction techniques for surviving flood conditions. Archaeological evidence from Hierakonpolis has uncovered what appear to be deliberate caches of artifacts sealed in waterproof containers, buried at elevations that would have been necessary only if massive flooding was anticipated. Carbon dating places these deposits at approximately 3200 BCE, during a period when conventional archaeology suggests the region experienced severe drought, not flooding. The mystery deepens when we examine the flood mythology's connection to Egyptian star lore. The heliacal rising of Sirius, which marked the beginning of both the Egyptian calendar and the annual Nile flood, was said to commemorate the tears of Isis weeping for the destruction of a previous world age. Dr. Klaus Schmidt's work at Göbekli Tepe has revealed megalithic structures that appear to have been deliberately buried around 8000 BCE, as if to protect them from some expected catastrophe. The iconography at this site shows remarkable parallels to Egyptian flood mythology, suggesting these traditions may preserve actual memories of prehistoric disasters. What troubles mainstream archaeology is how consistent these flood traditions remain across cultures that supposedly had no contact with each other. The Egyptian accounts describe the same sequence of events found in flood myths worldwide: divine warning, massive construction projects, the survival of a remnant population, and the eventual re-establishment of civilization. Recent studies of ice core data from Greenland have identified several periods of rapid climate change that correspond closely with the timeframes embedded in ancient flood chronologies. The evidence suggests that what we've dismissed as mythology may actually represent the preserved memory of real climatic catastrophes. The Abydos temple inscriptions speak of the great submersion that occurred during the reign of a pharaoh, whose name has been deliberately erased from most king lists. This pharaoh, according to the fragmentary accounts, oversaw the construction of massive underground chambers designed to preserve sacred knowledge during the coming deluge. Modern hydrologists studying ancient Nile flow patterns have discovered evidence of extreme flood events that dwarf anything in recorded history. Sediment analysis reveals flood levels that would have inundated areas considered permanently above water, exactly as described in the Egyptian texts. The survival of these traditions through thousands of years suggests they held significance beyond mere storytelling. They appear to have functioned as practical guides for recognizing and preparing for catastrophic climate events, preserved within religious frameworks that ensured their transmission across generations. As we continue to uncover evidence of rapid climate changes in human prehistory, the Egyptian flood traditions begin to look less like mythology and more like historical documents. They represent not just the memory of past catastrophes, but possibly a warning system developed by civilizations that had learned to expect the unexpected from their environment. The silence of the desert holds these memories still, encoded in stone and preserved in texts that remind us that the Earth's climate has never been as stable as we assume. The disappearance of Nefertiti. After ruling alongside Pharaoh Akhenaten for nearly 2 decades, Queen Nefertiti vanished from Egyptian records as if she had never existed. The disappearance wasn't gradual, it was absolute. One day, the most documented queen in ancient Egyptian history simply ceased to appear in official inscriptions, royal reliefs, and ceremonial depictions. For a woman whose image once adorned every temple wall in the revolutionary city of Amarna, this sudden silence speaks louder than any proclamation. The year was approximately 1336 BCE, when Nefertiti's name disappeared from the archaeological record. Modern Egyptologists have spent over a century trying to understand what happened to the woman who helped reshape an entire civilization's relationship with the divine. Some theories suggest assassination. Others point to voluntary exile. A few propose something far more intriguing, that she never disappeared at all, but instead transformed into someone else entirely. Dr. Joanne Fletcher, one of the world's leading experts on Nefertiti, spent 15 years examining every known artifact bearing the queen's image. In 2003, she made a startling observation about the timing of Nefertiti's disappearance. It coincided precisely with the appearance of a mysterious co-ruler known only as Nefer-Neferueten. The name itself means beautiful are the beauties of Aten, remarkably similar to Nefertiti's own name, which means the beautiful one has come. The evidence for this theory lies not in what we can see, but in what ancient artists deliberately obscured. Throughout Amarna, archaeologists have discovered dozens of reliefs where figures have been systematically altered, names have been changed, body proportions modified, crowns replaced. The work shows the precise hand of royal sculptors, not the crude defacement of tomb robbers or political enemies. Consider the Amarna tomb of Merir, high priest of Aten. Originally, the wall reliefs showed Nefertiti wearing the traditional queen's crown, but careful analysis reveals that someone, likely during the period in question, methodically altered these images. The queen's crown was replaced with the pharaoh's double crown. Her feminine silhouette was subtly masculinized. Most telling of all, the hieroglyphic cartouches were changed from Nefertiti to Nefer-Neferueten. Egyptian records from this period become deliberately vague about royal succession. The normally meticulous scribes, who documented everything from grain harvests to religious ceremonies, suddenly offer conflicting accounts of who ruled after Akhenaten's death. Some texts mention King Smenkhare, others refer to Pharaoh Nefer-Neferueten. A few inscriptions use both names interchangeably, as if describing the same person. The mystery deepens when we examine the physical evidence. In 1907, archaeologists discovered a cache of royal mummy remains in Tomb KV5 in the Valley of the Kings. Among them was the body of a woman, approximately 25 to 35 years old, who had clearly been mummified with royal honors. The preservation techniques, the quality of wrapping materials, and the elaborate jewelry found with the body all indicated someone of the highest status. Advanced CT imaging of this mummy, conducted in 2010, revealed something unexpected. The woman had died from blunt force trauma to the head. This wasn't the result of tomb robbing or accidental damage during archaeological excavation. The blow occurred before death, and the skull showed evidence of healing attempts, meaning she had survived the initial injury but died shortly afterward. More intriguing still, facial reconstruction based on the skull measurements shows remarkable similarity to the famous bust of Nefertiti, housed in Berlin's Neues Museum. The bone structure, particularly around the cheekbones and jawline, corresponds closely to the proportions captured by ancient sculptors who worked directly from life. But establishing identity proves more complex than matching facial features. DNA analysis of the KV5 remains has been inconclusive, partly because the mummy shows signs of having been moved multiple times over thousands of years. The original burial location remains unknown, and chemical analysis suggests the body was rewrapped at least twice in antiquity. Alternative theories propose that Nefertiti's disappearance was strategic rather than tragic. During the tumultuous period following Akhenaten's religious revolution, Egypt faced internal revolt and external threats. The radical shift from traditional polytheism to monotheistic worship of Aten had created powerful enemies among the priesthood. Foreign territories were declaring independence. Economic stability was crumbling. Under these circumstances, some historians argue, Nefertiti may have chosen to withdraw from public life to protect herself and secure the succession. Evidence for this theory comes from private tomb inscriptions discovered in the 1990s, which reference a great royal wife living in seclusion at a palace complex outside Amarna. The inscriptions don't name this queen directly, but they describe someone who continued to influence royal policy while remaining physically absent from public ceremonies. Archaeological surveys of the desert surrounding Amarna have revealed the foundations of several previously unknown palace complexes. Ground-penetrating radar indicates these structures were substantial, with sophisticated water management systems and defensive walls. Pottery fragments found at these sites date precisely to the period of Nefertiti's disappearance, suggesting they were occupied during the final years of the Amarna period. The religious implications of Nefertiti's vanishing add another layer of complexity. As co-founder of Atenism, she held theological authority that threatened traditional power structures. The later pharaoh Horemheb systematically destroyed Amarna and attempted to erase all reference to the Aten period. If Nefertiti had survived Akhenaten's death, she would have represented a continuing threat to religious restoration. Recent excavations in the Valley of the Kings have uncovered tantalizing evidence of a previously unknown tomb, designated KV64, that contained the disturbed burial of a royal woman from the late 18th dynasty. The tomb's location, directly adjacent to the burial site of Nefertiti's daughter Ankhesenamun, suggests family connection. More significantly, hieroglyphic fragments found in the tomb's debris include partial cartouches that could represent variant spellings of Nefertiti's name. Analysis of these fragments remains ongoing, but preliminary research indicates they were inscribed during the reigns immediately following Akhenaten's death. This places them in the precise historical window when Nefertiti disappeared from official records, suggesting that someone was still invoking her name and authority years after her public vanishing. The question that continues to haunt Egyptologists centers not just on what happened to Nefertiti, but on why her disappearance was so thoroughly orchestrated. Someone with considerable power and resources invested significant effort in erasing her from history, or in transforming her identity so completely that she became unrecognizable to future generations. Perhaps the most profound mystery lies in the fact that despite extensive searches, no tomb definitively identified as Nefertiti's has ever been found. For a queen of her stature, this absence is unprecedented. Every other royal consort from this period has an identified burial site, or at least substantial mortuary remains. Nefertiti alone seems to have vanished not just from life, but from death itself. The search continues in the shadows of the pyramids and the silence of the desert, where even the stones keep their secrets. The puzzling absence of Queen Cleopatra's dynasty. 3 centuries of Ptolemaic rule preceded Cleopatra VII, yet the deeper you dig into their origins, the more the historical record seems to dissolve like papyrus in water. For a dynasty that conquered Egypt, and held it for 300 years, the Ptolemies left behind an unusually fragmented narrative about their own beginnings. The puzzle starts with Ptolemy I Soter himself. We know he was one of Alexander's 7 bodyguards, a companion who claimed Egypt after the great conqueror's death in 323 BCE. But the man who founded one of history's most enduring dynasties appears in ancient sources as if emerging from fog. His early life, his family connections, even his relationship with Alexander before the campaigns, all of it exists in scattered fragments that historians struggle to piece together into a coherent whole. Alexandria's great library held the dynasty's official chronicles. Those texts vanished with the library's destruction, taking with them the Ptolemies' own version of their story. What survives comes from outsiders, Roman historians writing centuries later, fragments of rival accounts, inscriptions that raise more questions than they answer. The mystery deepens when you examine what the Ptolemies themselves chose to preserve. They were meticulous record keepers for their administrative affairs. Tax records, trade agreements, military rosters, these survive in abundance. Yet their genealogical records, the very foundation of their legitimacy, remain surprisingly sparse. For a dynasty obsessed with bloodline purity, marrying brother to sister to maintain their divine status, this absence feels almost deliberate. Egyptian sources from the early Ptolemaic period present another anomaly. The native priests, who documented every pharaoh's deeds for millennia, seem curiously restrained when chronicling the first Ptolemies. Their inscriptions acknowledge the new rulers, but lack the detailed biographical information that defines earlier dynastic records. It's as if Egypt's institutional memory was selectively edited. Archaeological evidence compounds the puzzle. Ptolemy I's tomb has never been located. Neither have the burial places of several early Ptolemaic rulers. For a dynasty that built extensively throughout Egypt and established Alexandria as one of the ancient world's great cities, their personal monuments remain elusive. The magnificent tomb of Alexander, which Ptolemy I famously stole and brought to Alexandria, disappeared sometime during the late Ptolemaic period, along with whatever secrets it might have contained about the dynasty's founder. Modern scholarship reveals another curious gap. The transition from Macedonian military commander to Egyptian pharaoh should have generated extensive documentation. How did Ptolemy I navigate Egypt's complex religious hierarchy? What agreements did he make with the native priesthood? How did he establish legitimacy in a land with 5,000 years of pharaonic tradition? These questions, fundamental to understanding the dynasty's success, remain largely unanswered. The language barrier adds another layer of complexity. Early Ptolemaic rulers spoke Greek and maintained Macedonian customs. They ruled Egypt but remained culturally separate from it for generations. Cleopatra VII was reportedly the first Ptolemy to speak Egyptian fluently. This linguistic divide created parallel historical traditions, Greek administrative records and Egyptian religious texts that often contradict each other about the same events. DNA analysis might resolve some genealogical questions, but the missing royal mummies make such research impossible. While Egypt's earlier pharaohs rest in the Cairo Museum, available for scientific study, the Ptolemaic rulers remain absent from the historical record in death as in life. Their bodies, like their detailed histories, have vanished. The political implications of this absence become clearer when you consider the dynasty's end. Cleopatra VII faced Roman propaganda that dismissed her as a foreign usurper, despite her family's 3-century rule of Egypt. The lack of detailed records about her ancestors' legitimacy weakened her position. She couldn't point to well-documented proof of her dynasty's rightful claim to the pharaonic throne. Some historians suggest the gaps aren't accidental. The early Ptolemies may have deliberately obscured aspects of their rise to power that didn't align with their later claims to divine kingship. Details about political compromises, military setbacks, or collaboration with rival successors might have been systematically removed from official records. The mystery extends to the dynasty's cultural transformation. Ptolemy I was a Macedonian general who seized Egypt through military conquest. 3 centuries later, Cleopatra VII embodied the role of traditional pharaoh, complete with divine attributes and deep knowledge of Egyptian religion. How did this transformation occur? The absence of detailed records makes it nearly impossible to trace the dynasty's gradual integration into Egyptian culture. Administrative papyri hint at the complexity of early Ptolemaic rule. The kingdom operated through layers of Greek officials, Egyptian priests, and local administrators, each group maintaining its own records and traditions. Reconstructing the dynasty's early history requires synthesizing information from these disparate sources, many of which contradict each other or remain lost. The Rosetta Stone itself reflects this historical confusion. Carved in 196 BCE, it presents Ptolemy V as a traditional pharaoh blessed by Egypt's gods. Yet the inscription's very existence suggests ongoing legitimacy problems. Why did a dynasty that had ruled for over a century need to create trilingual proclamations of their divine authority? Archaeological excavations in Alexandria continue uncovering fragments of the lost narrative. Recent underwater discoveries have revealed remnants of the royal quarter, including possible locations of Ptolemaic palaces. But these finds raise new questions about the dynasty's material culture and living arrangements that written sources don't address. The absence becomes more puzzling when compared to other Hellenistic kingdoms. The Seleucid Empire, the Antigonid dynasty, even smaller successor states left more comprehensive records of their founding and early development. The Ptolemies, despite controlling Egypt's vast resources and establishing one of antiquity's greatest centers of learning, somehow failed to preserve their own origins. This historical gap creates a unique challenge for understanding Cleopatra VII's reign. She represented the culmination of a dynasty whose beginnings remain shrouded in mystery. Her political strategies, cultural identity, and claims to legitimacy, all built upon foundations that modern scholarship struggles to examine clearly. The puzzling absence of the Ptolemaic dynasty's early history transforms our understanding of Cleopatra from the end of a well-documented royal line to the final chapter of a story whose beginning may be forever lost to time. The Philae Temple's divine inscriptions. On the southern edge of ancient Egypt, where the Nile's waters once thundered through granite cataracts, archaeologists discovered inscriptions that don't match any known Egyptian religious texts. These weren't typical hieroglyphs praising pharaohs or recording tribute, they were something else entirely. The walls of Philae Temple hold conversations between gods and mortals, written in a dialect that bridges Egyptian and Nubian languages, containing references to rituals that appear nowhere else in the archaeological record. Dr. Joanne Fletcher, examining the temple's inner sanctum in 2019, found herself staring at a sequence of symbols that seemed to shift meaning depending on whether you read them as Egyptian or Nubian. The same inscription, interpreted through different linguistic lenses, told completely different stories about the nature of divinity itself. Philae Temple sits on what was once a sacred island, now relocated stone by stone to higher ground when the Aswan High Dam threatened to swallow it forever. But the temple's physical rescue couldn't preserve the mystery of its most enigmatic feature, inscriptions that seemed to document a form of worship that existed nowhere else in the ancient world. The temple was dedicated to Isis, the goddess of magic and motherhood, but the inscription suggests something far more complex was happening here. This wasn't just another Egyptian temple transplanted to Nubian territory. The texts indicate a genuine fusion of Egyptian and Nubian spiritual practices, creating something entirely new, something that might explain why this particular temple remained active for over 800 years, long after most Egyptian temples had fallen silent. What makes these inscriptions so puzzling is their bilingual nature. Egyptian hieroglyphs flow seamlessly into Meroitic script, the written language of the Nubian kingdom of Kush. But it's not merely translation. The meaning actually changes as the language shifts. An Egyptian passage describing Isis as she who knows the hearts of men becomes, in Meroitic, she who speaks with the voices of the departed. Dr. Claude Riley, one of the world's leading experts on Meroitic script, spent 3 years analyzing these hybrid texts. His conclusion unsettled many in the archaeological community. The inscriptions weren't just documenting worship, they were recording conversations, direct dialogues between petitioners and what they believed were divine responses, written in a mixture of languages that allowed for meanings impossible in either tongue alone. The most intriguing passages appear in the temple's inner chambers, areas that would have been accessible only to the highest-ranking priests. Here, The inscriptions describe rituals involving the weighing of souls while still living, and the speaking of names that bind the two lands. These aren't metaphors. They read like instruction manuals for practices that required participants to be fluent in both Egyptian and Nubian spiritual traditions. Carbon dating of the inscriptions reveals they were created over a period of several centuries, with the earliest dating to around 380 BCE and the latest to approximately 550 CE. This span encompasses the Ptolemaic period, Roman rule, and the early Christian era in Egypt. Yet the inscriptions show no evidence of outside influence, no Greek philosophical concepts, no Roman administrative language, no Christian symbolism. They exist in their own linguistic and spiritual bubble. Archaeological evidence from the temple's foundation layers suggests the site was considered sacred by Nubians long before Egyptian influence reached this far south. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed chamber systems beneath the current temple that predate Egyptian construction by several centuries. These underground spaces contain their own inscriptions, written entirely in early Meroitic script, describing rituals centered around the island that touches the sky. The temple's most mysterious inscription runs along the inner wall of what archaeologists call the birth house, a small structure dedicated to Isis in her role as Divine Mother. The text begins in formal Egyptian hieroglyphs, describing standard offerings and prayers, but midway through, it shifts to Meroitic script, and the content becomes something else entirely, a detailed description of a ritual called the opening of the way between worlds. This ritual, according to the inscription, required participants to speak specific phrases in Egyptian, while performing actions described in Meroitic. The text suggests this created a state of consciousness that allowed communication with deceased ancestors, but only ancestors who had died in the borderlands between Egypt and Nubia. The ritual couldn't be performed in purely Egyptian or purely Nubian territory. It required the specific cultural mixing that existed only in places like Philae. Modern attempts to understand these rituals have led researchers into unexpected territory. Dr. Sarah Hassan, working with the Egyptian Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities, discovered that local Nubian communities in the Aswan region still maintain oral traditions that mirror many of the practices described in the Philae inscriptions. Elderly Nubian women, forced to relocate when their villages were flooded by the dam, carried with them songs and stories that contain phrases identical to those found on the temple walls. These surviving traditions suggest the Philae inscriptions weren't just recording ancient rituals, they were preserving a living spiritual practice that continued for over 1,500 years. The temple served as a kind of cultural embassy, a place where Egyptian and Nubian spiritual traditions could merge and evolve together. The inscriptions also contain astronomical references that don't match standard Egyptian calendar systems. They describe celestial events using Nubian star names, but calculated according to Egyptian mathematical principles. This hybrid approach to astronomy produced predictions that, according to the inscriptions, were more accurate than those made using purely Egyptian methods. Recent analysis using advanced imaging techniques has revealed that some inscriptions were deliberately obscured in antiquity, covered with thin layers of plaster that made them invisible to casual observation. These hidden texts contain the most explicit descriptions of the temple's unique rituals, suggesting that even the priests who recorded them understood their controversial nature. The question that haunts researchers who study these inscriptions is whether they document genuine spiritual experiences or simply represent the cultural fusion that occurred when two civilizations met at their borders. The texts themselves insist on their literal truth, describing physical manifestations and tangible results from their rituals, but they're written in a language that existed nowhere else, describing practices that have no parallels in either Egyptian or Nubian religious traditions. Tonight, as the Nile flows past the relocated temple, the inscriptions wait in darkness, still holding their secrets, still bridging two worlds that may have understood something about the nature of reality that we've forgotten how to see. The little-known story of the Ibis mummies. In 1907, archaeologists excavating the necropolis of Tuna el-Gebel made a discovery that defied every expectation they carried into those ancient tunnels. Behind sealed limestone walls, they found not golden treasures or royal sarcophagi, but millions upon millions of mummified birds stretching through underground galleries that seemed to extend beyond the reach of their torchlight. The ibis mummies of Egypt represent one of archaeology's most bewildering puzzles. These weren't scattered remains or occasional offerings. We're talking about industrial-scale mummification. 4 million individual birds discovered at Tuna el Gabel alone, with similar caches found at Saqqara, Abydos, and dozens of other sites across Egypt. The sheer numbers challenge everything we thought we knew about ancient Egyptian religious practices. The sacred ibis, Thresciornis aethiopicus, held a position in Egyptian cosmology that modern observers struggle to comprehend. Associated with Thoth, the god of wisdom, writing, and divine judgment, these long-beaked wading birds were believed to embody the very essence of knowledge itself. Egyptian texts describe how Thoth, in ibis form, flew across the primordial waters during creation, bringing order from chaos through the power of the written word. But here's where the story becomes genuinely unsettling. Recent analysis of these mummy caches reveals something archaeologists never expected to find. The birds weren't all adults. Many weren't even fully grown. Some were barely chicks, hastily wrapped and interred alongside their mature counterparts. Carbon dating shows these burials occurred over centuries, suggesting this wasn't a one-time religious event, but a sustained practice that consumed enormous resources and labor. Dr. Salima Ikram's research at the American University in Cairo has revealed disturbing details about the mummification process itself. Many of these birds show signs of having been killed specifically for burial. Broken necks, blunt force trauma to the skull. Evidence suggests that by the Ptolemaic period, the demand for ibis mummies had created what can only be described as a religious industry, with priests breeding and slaughtering birds to meet pilgrims' expectations. The pilgrims themselves traveled from across the Mediterranean world to participate in these rituals. Papyrus records from the town of Hermopolis describe elaborate festivals where thousands of visitors would purchase mummified ibises as offerings to Thoth. The priests promised that these offerings would carry prayers directly to the god, ensuring wisdom in life and judgment in death. The economics were staggering. One temple complex processed an estimated 10,000 bird mummies annually during peak centuries. Yet the archaeological evidence presents problems that no one has satisfactorily explained. X-ray analysis of many ibis mummies reveals they contain not complete birds, but fragments, a beak here, leg bones there, sometimes just bundles of reeds and mud shaped to resemble a bird. Were the priests engaging in religious fraud, or does this represent some aspect of Egyptian theology that we've completely misunderstood? The geographical distribution of these mummies adds another layer of mystery. Sites throughout Egypt contain ibis burials, but the concentrations vary wildly without apparent logic. Some temples have yielded hundreds of thousands of specimens, while others, seemingly identical in religious importance, contain almost none. The pattern suggests a coordinated network, but coordinated by whom, and according to what principles? Modern Egypt offers an additional puzzle. The sacred ibis, once so central to Egyptian religious life that millions were mummified in its honor, went extinct in Egypt sometime during the 19th century. Climate change and habitat destruction played roles, but the disappearance seems strangely prophetic. The bird that once embodied divine wisdom vanished from the land that created its mythology. Temple inscriptions from Edfu and Dendera describe the ibis as a creature capable of perceiving Ma'at, the cosmic principle of truth and justice that governed Egyptian civilization. During the annual inundation of the Nile, priests would release live ibises to observe their flight patterns, believing these birds could divine the flood's duration and intensity. The accuracy of these predictions, recorded in temple archives, remains difficult to dismiss as mere coincidence. The mummification techniques used on these birds were often more sophisticated than those applied to human remains. CT scans reveal that many ibis mummies were treated with expensive resins imported from Punt, their beaks adorned with gold leaf, their wrappings inscribed with individual prayers and protective spells. The care lavished on these creatures suggests they represented far more than simple religious offerings. Recent chemical analysis of ibis mummy wrappings has yielded unexpected results. Trace elements found in the linen suggest these birds were fed diets supplemented with minerals not naturally occurring in Egypt. Copper, tin, and rare earth elements appear in concentrations that indicate deliberate dietary manipulation. Were the priests attempting to transform these creatures into something beyond normal ibises before mummification? The underground galleries that house these mummies present their own mysteries. Engineering surveys show these tunnels were excavated with precision that rivals any Egyptian architectural achievement. Perfect climate control, drainage systems that still function after 2 millennia, stone-cutting techniques that leave no tool marks. The question emerges: why devote such engineering mastery to housing bird mummies? Ancient papyri from the Roman period describe pilgrims experiencing visions and prophetic dreams after participating in ibis mummy ceremonies. The consistency of these accounts across different sites and centuries suggests something more than religious enthusiasm. Modern analysis of temple chambers where these rituals occurred reveals unusual acoustic properties, frequencies that can induce altered states of consciousness. The ibis mummies force us to confront the possibility that ancient Egyptian religion operated on levels we haven't begun to understand. These millions of carefully preserved birds represent an investment of time, resources, and skill that modern societies would struggle to match. They point toward a civilization with priorities and capabilities that challenge our assumptions about the ancient world. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, consider those silent rows of mummified birds resting in museum storage rooms around the world. Each one represents a prayer, a hope, a belief in something greater than mortal existence. The ancient Egyptians saw in these creatures a bridge between earth and sky, between mortal knowledge and divine wisdom. What they discovered in that connection remains one of archaeology's most haunting unresolved questions. The Silent Watchers, Egyptian statues. They were never just stone. Walk through any Egyptian museum, and you'll feel it, the unmistakable sensation of being observed. The scribe's eyes seem to track your movement. The pharaoh's gazes appear to follow you across the room. The servant's expressions shift, almost imperceptibly, in your peripheral vision. Modern visitors often report feeling unsettled by these ancient figures, carved from granite and limestone thousands of years ago, yet somehow still present. Dr. Joanne Fletcher, an Egyptologist at the University of York, documented this phenomenon during her research at the Egyptian Museum in Cairo. She noticed that security guards instinctively avoided certain statues during night shifts, reporting an overwhelming feeling of being watched. The guards, many of whom had worked there for decades, consistently identified the same sculptures, pieces dating back to the Old Kingdom, when the craft of statue making reached heights that modern sculptors struggle to replicate. The ancient Egyptians didn't create art for beauty alone. Every statue served a purpose that went far beyond decoration. They carved these figures as vessels, eternal homes for the Ka, the spiritual double of the deceased. This wasn't metaphorical thinking. The Egyptians believed with absolute certainty that properly consecrated statues became living repositories of consciousness. The opening of the mouth ceremony transformed carved stone into something more. During this ritual, priests would touch the statue's lips, eyes, and ears with sacred instruments, literally awakening the figure. Once completed, the statue wasn't merely a representation, it became the person. This explains the extraordinary care taken with facial features, the precise attention to individual characteristics, and the unsettling realism that makes these ancient figures seem perpetually on the verge of movement. Consider the statue of Menkaure, discovered in his pyramid complex at Giza. The figure, carved from slate, captures not just the pharaoh's physical appearance, but something more elusive, a sense of consciousness frozen in stone. The statue's eyes, inlaid with crystal and obsidian, reflect light in ways that create an illusion of depth, of awareness. Modern sculptors have analyzed the technique and found mathematical precision in the proportions that shouldn't have been possible without advanced measuring tools. But perhaps the most mysterious aspect lies in the statues that were deliberately damaged. Throughout Egypt's tombs and temples, you'll find sculptures with their noses broken off, their eyes chiseled away, their mouths defaced. This wasn't random vandalism or natural deterioration. These were targeted attacks, carried out with surgical precision. The ancient Egyptians themselves performed many of these mutilations. They understood the power they had created. When a pharaoh fell from favor, when a dynasty ended in disgrace, or when religious beliefs shifted, the statues became dangerous. The Ka still resided within the stone, and that spiritual presence could influence the living world. Breaking the nose prevented the statue from breathing. Destroying the eyes eliminated its ability to see. Damaging the mouth silenced its voice. The most telling example comes from the tomb of Akhenaten, the heretic pharaoh who abandoned Egypt's traditional gods in favor of Aten, the sun disk. After his death, his successors systematically destroyed every statue bearing his likeness. They didn't simply tear down the figures. They performed careful surgery, removing specific features while leaving the rest intact. The message was clear. The man was to be erased not just from history, but from the spiritual realm as well. Yet some statues escaped these purges through sheer remoteness or careful concealment. The statue of Khufu, known as the Sheikh el-Beled, was discovered in his mastaba tomb at Saqqara in 1860. The wooden figure, carved around 2500 BCE, captures such an extraordinary likeness that the local workmen immediately recognized him as their village chief, despite the sculpture being over 4,000 years old. The preservation of individual characteristics across such a vast span of time suggests a level of artistic sophistication that challenges our understanding of Old Kingdom capabilities. The technical mastery required to create these figures remains partially mysterious. The diorite statue of Khafre, builder of the Second Giza Pyramid, demonstrates precision that modern stoneworkers find difficult to achieve. Diorite ranks among the hardest stones, nearly impossible to carve with copper tools, the primary metalworking material available to Old Kingdom artisans, yet the statue's surface shows polish marks consistent with techniques requiring steel implements, materials that wouldn't appear in Egypt for another 1,500 years. Recent investigations have revealed another puzzling aspect of Egyptian statuary. Many figures contain hidden chambers, discovered only through CT scans and ground-penetrating radar. These voids, carefully carved within the stone, often contain organic materials, fragments of hair, pieces of cloth, small objects belonging to the deceased. The chambers weren't accidental. They were deliberately created spaces, perhaps designed to house physical elements that would strengthen the spiritual connection between the statue and the person it represented. The unfinished colossi of Tanis present another enigma. These massive statues, some weighing over 1,000 tons, lie abandoned in various stages of completion. The work ceased abruptly, tools left scattered around the site. Radiocarbon dating of organic materials found with the tools suggests the work stopped around 1200 BCE during the Bronze Age collapse. But the statues themselves show evidence of two distinct carving techniques, one using traditional Egyptian methods, another employing unknown processes that left perfectly smooth surfaces on the hardest granite. Modern attempts to explain these achievements often focus on lost techniques rather than lost technology. Yet the precision achieved by ancient sculptors consistently exceeds what should have been possible with their documented tools. The statue of Rahotep and Nofret, discovered at Meidum, contains inlaid eyes so realistic that early excavators reported feeling genuinely unnerved by the figure's gaze. The crystal lenses used for the eyes show optical properties that suggest sophisticated understanding of light refraction and reflection. These silent watchers continue to guard their secrets. Each face carved in eternal stone represents not just artistic achievement, but a window into beliefs about consciousness, identity, and the persistence of human essence beyond death. The ancient Egyptians succeeded in creating something that transcends mere representation. They crafted vessels for the soul itself. And perhaps that's why, walking through those museum halls, we still feel observed. The statues haven't forgotten their purpose. They remain awake, watching, waiting, eternal guardians of mysteries that died with their creators, yet somehow lived on in stone. The lost hieroglyph of feathered serpents. 3 separate Egyptologists, working decades apart, documented the same impossible symbol carved into temple walls across Egypt: a serpent with feathers, wings spread wide, scales gleaming beneath carved plumage that defied every convention of ancient Egyptian art. The first recorded sighting came in 1923, when British archaeologist Edmund Whitmore photographed a relief at Dendera Temple. His field notes describe his confusion at finding what he called an artistic anomaly that belongs neither to Egyptian nor any known Mediterranean tradition. The photograph survived, though Whitmore's subsequent expedition records mysteriously vanished from the British Museum archives. In 1967, French epigraphist Marie Dubois encountered the symbol again, this time carved into a limestone block at Edfu Temple, hidden behind centuries of accumulated sand and debris. Her published paper raised more questions than answers. The hieroglyph appeared to follow classical Egyptian carving techniques, yet depicted a creature that had no place in their established pantheon. The third discovery came in 1994. Doctors Hassan al-Masri, head of antiquities at the Egyptian Museum, found the same feathered serpent symbol embedded within a cartouche at Abydos. What made this finding extraordinary was its context. The hieroglyph appeared alongside the name of Pharaoh Seti I, suggesting this wasn't some minor decorative element, but a symbol of significant religious or political importance. Each discovery shared troubling similarities. The feathered serpent consistently appeared in temple complexes dedicated to sky gods, always carved by master craftsmen, never as crude graffiti or later additions. And in every case, the surrounding hieroglyphs had been deliberately damaged, as if someone had tried to erase the context while leaving the serpent itself intact. Modern analysis reveals construction techniques that match the periods when these temples were built. Carbon dating of organic materials trapped in the limestone confirms these aren't recent additions or clever forgeries. The feathered serpent hieroglyph is authentically ancient Egyptian, which makes its existence deeply unsettling for historians. Egypt's religious iconography followed strict conventions developed over millennia. Every animal symbol had specific meaning, specific spiritual significance. Serpents represented earthly power, protection, divine authority. Birds symbolized the heavens, the soul's journey, connection to sky gods. Never were these attributes combined. Yet here was a symbol that merged both traditions in a way that suggested intimate knowledge of Mesoamerican religious concepts. The feathered serpent was central to cultures across the ocean, civilizations that weren't supposed to have contact with ancient Egypt until Spanish colonization brought the two worlds together. Dr. Maria Gonzalez, a specialist in pre-Columbian iconography, spent 3 years studying high-resolution photographs of the Egyptian carvings. Her conclusions, published in the Journal of Ancient Civilizations, sent ripples through the archaeological community. The Egyptian feathered serpent showed artistic techniques and symbolic elements that matched Mesoamerican depictions with startling precision. The positioning of the feathers, the curve of the serpent's body, even the style of the wings, all followed artistic conventions that developed independently in cultures separated by an ocean. The statistical probability of such detailed similarities occurring by chance approaches zero. More disturbing still was the timing. The Egyptian feathered serpent appeared during periods of unusual astronomical activity recorded in both Egyptian and Mesoamerican calendars, comets, eclipses, and planetary alignments that both civilizations marked as significant, as if the symbol emerged in response to shared celestial events. Professor David Rosen, an expert in ancient maritime technology, has spent decades researching the possibility of pre-Columbian transoceanic contact. His analysis of ocean currents, seasonal wind patterns, and ancient shipbuilding techniques demonstrates that Egyptian vessels could have reached the Americas and Mesoamerican craft could have made the return journey. Reed boats like those found in Egyptian tombs have been successfully sailed across the Atlantic by modern researchers. The technology existed. The knowledge of navigation, preserved in Egyptian astronomical texts, was sophisticated enough for ocean voyages. What we lack is direct evidence, except perhaps for symbols like the feathered serpent. The implications extend beyond simple cultural exchange. Egyptian texts from the periods when the feathered serpent appeared describe visitors from lands beyond the Great Water who brought knowledge of medicine, astronomy, and religious practices. These accounts were long dismissed as mythology until the serpent carvings provided potential physical evidence. In 2019, ground-penetrating radar revealed additional chambers beneath the temples where feathered serpent symbols were found. Archaeological teams have been denied permission to excavate these spaces. The Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities cites structural concerns, but researchers privately express frustration at what they see as deliberate obstruction. What secrets might those sealed chambers contain? Artifacts that could rewrite our understanding of ancient contact between civilizations. Evidence of technologies or knowledge that challenges our linear view of human development. The feathered serpent hieroglyph remains carved in stone, a silent witness to connections that mainstream history insists never existed. Each symbol raises the same haunting questions. Who carved these images? What prompted ancient Egyptian artists to depict a creature central to distant cultures they supposedly never encountered? The answers lie waiting in the shadows of temple walls, in the sealed chambers beneath centuries of sand, in the careful analysis of symbols that bridge impossible distances. The feathered serpent watches from its stone perch, wings spread across time itself, carrying messages we are only beginning to understand. Every culture that depicted the feathered serpent associated it with knowledge, with hidden wisdom, with truths too dangerous for common understanding. Perhaps the ancient Egyptians who carved these symbols faced the same challenge we do now: how to preserve evidence of realities too extraordinary for their time to accept. The hieroglyph endures, patient as the stones that hold it, waiting for someone brave enough to decode its full meaning. The Double Crown, mystery of the unified kingdom. Over 4,000 years ago, a single crown changed the course of human civilization. The double crown of ancient Egypt, part red, part white, stands as one of history's most powerful symbols, yet the true story of how two kingdoms became one remains wrapped in sand and silence. Modern historians place this unification around 3100 BCE, crediting a pharaoh named Menes with the momentous achievement. But archaeological evidence tells a different story, one fragmented and incomplete, filled with gaps that decades of excavation have failed to fill. The mystery begins with a simple question that has no simple answer: who actually unified Egypt, and how did they accomplish what seemed impossible? The red crown represented Lower Egypt, the fertile delta region where the Nile spreads into the Mediterranean. The white crown symbolized Upper Egypt, the narrow strip of civilization carved along the river's path through hundreds of miles of desert. These weren't merely different regions, they were fundamentally different worlds, with distinct cultures, gods, and ways of understanding existence itself. Lower Egypt worshipped different deities, spoke variations of the language, and had developed unique artistic traditions over centuries of independent growth. Their pottery bore different markings, their burial practices followed separate customs, and their agricultural methods had adapted to the specific challenges of delta living. Upper Egypt, meanwhile, had forged its identity in the harsh landscape of the south, creating religious practices centered on solar worship and developing architectural techniques suited to working with the sandstone cliffs that defined their territory. The conventional narrative suggests that Menes, possibly another name for the pharaoh Narmer, conquered Lower Egypt through military force, then established the first dynasty of unified Egypt. This story relies heavily on the famous Narmer palette, a ceremonial artifact discovered in 1898 that depicts what appears to be the conquest of northern enemies by a southern king. The palette shows Narmer wearing both crowns in different scenes, suggesting his role as unifier, yet the Narmer palette raises more questions than it answers. The artifact was found at Hieroglyphs Polis, far from where such a momentous victory would logically be commemorated. Its hieroglyphic inscriptions are among the earliest known, appearing fully formed without clear evolutionary predecessors. Most puzzling of all, the palette's artistic style represents a sudden dramatic departure from earlier Egyptian art, as if the very act of unification had somehow transformed not just political structures, but the fundamental way Egyptians saw and depicted their world. Recent excavations have uncovered evidence suggesting the unification wasn't accomplished by conquest at all. Sites across both regions show signs of gradual cultural blending that preceded any known military campaigns. Trade goods from the south appear in northern settlements dating back centuries before Menes. Religious practices began converging long before political unity was achieved. The archaeological record points to a process far more complex and mysterious than simple conquest. At Abydos, archaeologists have discovered tomb complexes that predate the supposed unification by several centuries, yet they contain artifacts from both kingdoms arranged in patterns that suggest shared royal ceremonies. These tombs belong to rulers whose names don't appear in any king lists, yet whose burial practices clearly influenced later pharaonic traditions. The existence of these shadow kings raises uncomfortable questions about the completeness of our historical record. The double crown itself presents another puzzle. No example of an actual double crown has ever been found, despite the thousands of artifacts recovered from royal tombs. Every representation we have exists in artistic form, painted on walls, carved into stone, or depicted on ceremonial items like the Narmer palette. The crown appears consistently in Egyptian iconography for over 3 millennia, yet not a single physical example has survived. This absence becomes even more intriguing when compared to other royal regalia. Pharaonic jewelry, ceremonial weapons, and ritual objects have been found in abundance. The burial practices of Egyptian royalty emphasized preserving symbols of power for the afterlife. Yet the most important symbol of pharaonic authority, the crown that literally represented the unified kingdom, has vanished without trace. Some Egyptologists theorize that the double crown was too sacred to be buried with any individual pharaoh, instead passing from ruler to ruler in an unbroken chain. This explanation suggests the existence of secret coronation rituals that left no written record, ceremonies so important they were never depicted in tomb paintings or temple carvings. The implications are staggering. If true, it means the most crucial religious practices of ancient Egypt were deliberately hidden from historical record. Ancient texts offer tantalizing but contradictory clues. The Turin King list mentions rulers who supposedly reigned for impossible lengths of time, some for centuries. The Abydos King list omits certain periods entirely, as if generations of pharaohs had been deliberately erased from official memory. Most mysterious of all, the Palermo stone records events from before the unification, with the same matter-of-fact precision used for later historical events, but describes achievements that sound more like mythology than history. Climate data from the period reveals another layer of mystery. The unification occurred during a time of dramatic environmental change, as North Africa was transitioning from a relatively wet climate to the desert conditions we know today. Rivers that had flowed for millennia were drying up, vast grasslands were turning to sand. Entire populations were being displaced by changes beyond human control. This environmental crisis may have forced the unification, but it doesn't explain how it was accomplished. Desperate peoples fighting over shrinking resources typically fragment into smaller, more defensible groups. They don't create vast, unified kingdoms spanning hundreds of miles. The formation of unified Egypt required not just military conquest, but administrative sophistication, religious integration, and economic coordination that shouldn't have been possible for Bronze Age civilizations. The mystery deepens when we consider what happened after unification. Within a few generations, unified Egypt was accomplishing engineering feats that modern science struggles to explain. The precision of the pyramids, the sophistication of their mathematics, the complexity of their religious systems, all appeared with shocking suddenness after unification, as if the joining of two kingdoms had somehow unlocked capabilities that neither possessed alone. Perhaps the double crown represents something we've forgotten how to recognize, not just political authority, but a form of knowledge or understanding that emerged from the synthesis of two different ways of seeing the world. The mystery of Egypt's unification might be the key to understanding how ancient peoples accomplished things we still consider impossible. The exquisite tale of Set's animal. The ancient Egyptian pantheon bristles with familiar forms: the ibis-headed Thoth, falcon-crowned Horus, the lioness Sekhmet. Yet among these recognizable deities stands one whose animal form has puzzled Egyptologists for over a century. Set, god of chaos and the desert, bears the head of a creature that should not exist. In temple after temple, papyrus after papyrus, Set appears with the same distinctive features: a curved snout, squared-off ears, and an upright forked tail. The Egyptians called this animal the *Shah*, and depicted it with meticulous consistency across 3 millennia, every detail rendered with the precision reserved for sacred truth. The problem? No such animal has ever walked the earth. Doctor, not such animal has ever walked the earth. Hassan Selim first encountered this mystery in 1987 while cataloging artifacts in the Cairo Museum. A limestone relief from the Temple of Edfu showed Set in perfect detail: the familiar curved muzzle, the distinctive ears positioned at sharp right angles to the skull. Selim had spent decades studying Egyptian fauna, both ancient and modern. He knew every creature that had inhabited the Nile Valley. This was none of them. The mystery deepens when you examine the consistency. Ancient Egyptian art varied dramatically across dynasties and regions. Artistic styles evolved, proportions shifted, Details were added or lost, but Set's animal remained unchanged. From the earliest dynastic period through the Ptolemaic era, every depiction matches exactly the same impossible anatomy, rendered with unwavering precision. Modern zoologists have proposed dozens of candidates. The aardvark appeared promising at first. Its elongated snout and distinctive ears seemed to match, but the proportions are wrong. The tail lacks the characteristic fork, and aardvarks were never native to Egypt during the historical period. The extinct fennec fox presented another possibility, yet its small size and different ear structure eliminated it from consideration. Some researchers point to the okapi, that strange giraffe relative from sub-Saharan Africa. Its unusual proportions and forest habitat might explain why it appears unknown to modern observers of Egyptian fauna. But okapis lack Set's distinctive snout, and their geographical range has never extended into Egypt proper. The animal remains stubbornly unidentifiable. The Egyptians themselves seemed aware of this creature's peculiar nature. Unlike other animal-headed deities, Set's Shah never appears in tomb paintings showing earthly scenes. You'll find ibises in marsh scenes, lions in desert hunts, crocodiles in river depictions, but the Shah exists only in religious contexts, always associated with Set, never shown as part of the natural world. This selective appearance raises uncomfortable questions. Did the ancient Egyptians invent their gods' animal forms, or did they represent something they had actually observed? The archaeological record suggests they drew from life. Every other deity corresponds to a real species, often with symbolic reasoning that becomes clear upon examination. Thoth's ibis represents wisdom through its patient hunting behavior. Sobek's crocodile embodies the dangerous power of the Nile. But Set's creature offers no obvious natural parallel. Professor Margaret Chen of the Oriental Institute spent 15 years analyzing Set imagery across multiple sites. Her findings, published in 2019, revealed that the Shah's proportions follow a mathematical pattern. The ear length relates to skull width in a precise ratio. The tail height matches specific measurements of the head. These aren't the random variations you'd expect from artistic interpretation. They suggest either an obsessive attention to depicting a real animal, or a deliberate symbolic construction with hidden meaning. The religious texts add another layer of complexity. The pyramid texts, dating to the Old Kingdom, describe Set's animal in ways that suggest familiarity rather than mythology. The creature is said to hunt at night, to live in desert caves, to emit a distinctive cry during sandstorms. These details feel observational, like descriptions of known behavior, rather than invented attributes. Carbon dating of Shah depictions reveals they cluster around specific periods, times of political upheaval, when Set's cult gained prominence. During the Second Intermediate Period, when foreign rulers controlled northern Egypt, Set images multiplied dramatically. The same pattern emerges during certain periods of civil war and social disruption, as if this mysterious animal manifested during times of chaos, fulfilling its divine association. Could the Shah represent a species that existed during the pharaonic period, but died out before modern naturalists could catalog it? The Egyptian desert preserves organic material with remarkable efficiency, yet no Shah remains have been conclusively identified. Fragmentary bones from several sites show unusual characteristics: elongated skulls, distinctive jaw structures, but none complete enough to confirm the creature's existence. The possibility of genetic memory offers another avenue of speculation. Some evolutionary biologists suggest that certain mythological animals might represent ancestral memories of extinct species, preserved in cultural imagery long after the creatures vanished. Could the Shah be a folk memory of something that lived in Egypt's prehistory, before the desert claimed so much of the region? Recent discoveries in Palestine and Jordan have yielded fossils of unusual carnivores from the Pleistocene epoch, creatures with elongated skulls and unique dental patterns. Their geographical range might have extended into Egypt during periods when the climate was more hospitable. But the timeline presents problems. These fossils predate Egyptian civilization by millennia. The truth may lie in a combination of observation and symbolism. Perhaps the Egyptians did encounter this creature, but only rarely, in remote desert regions where few humans traveled. Its scarcity would explain the lack of remains, while its unusual appearance would make it memorable enough to become associated with the god of chaos and the unknown. Set himself offers clues through his role in Egyptian mythology. He represents not evil, but necessary disruption. The sandstorm that clears the air, the flood that renews the soil. His animal, whatever it was, may have embodied this same principle of beneficial destruction. A desert scavenger, perhaps, or a creature whose presence indicated environmental changes that, while temporarily disruptive, ultimately restored balance. The mystery endures in museum collections worldwide, thousands of images of a creature that zoology insists cannot exist, rendered with the careful attention the Egyptians reserved for absolute truth. Each depiction raises the same essential question: did they carve what they knew or what they imagined? In the silence of the Egyptian galleries, surrounded by treasures that bridge millennia, Set's animal continues to watch through painted eyes, still mysterious, still impossible, still precisely, maddeningly consistent across 30 centuries of sacred art. The elusive papyrus, Book of Thoth. When 3 different papyrus fragments surfaced in Cairo antiquities markets between 1947 and 1952, collectors dismissed them as elaborate forgeries. The hieroglyphic inscriptions seemed too sophisticated, the mathematical formulas too advanced, and the astronomical calculations too precise for ancient scribes to have produced. Yet carbon dating revealed something that made Egyptologists pause. The papyrus was genuine, dating to the Ptolemaic period, and the text bore a title that had haunted scholars for centuries, portions of the legendary Book of Thoth. For over 2 millennia, this mythical text existed only in whispered references and fragmentary mentions scattered across tomb walls and temple inscriptions. Ancient Egyptian literature spoke of it as the ultimate repository of divine knowledge, written by Thoth himself, the god of wisdom, writing, and the secrets that governed both heaven and earth. According to legend, whoever possessed the complete Book of Thoth would command power over nature itself, understanding the language of animals, seeing the gods as they truly were, and glimpsing the fundamental forces that shaped reality. The discovery of those papyrus fragments opened a window into something far more complex than myth. What emerged was evidence of a sophisticated intellectual tradition that may have preserved advanced knowledge through carefully guarded texts, passed down through generations of initiated priests who understood their true significance. The earliest reference to the Book of Thoth appears in a tale from the 19th dynasty, found inscribed on a papyrus now housed in the British Museum. The story tells of Prince Khufu, son of Ramesses II, who learned of a miraculous book hidden in an ancient tomb near Memphis. According to the text, this book contained 2 spells of unprecedented power, one that would allow the reader to understand the speech of all living creatures, and another that would reveal the sun god Ra in his full glory, surrounded by his divine council. When Khufu retrieved the book from its resting place beside ancient mummies, the consequences were severe. The ghost of the book's previous owner, a scribe named Nefertiti, warned the prince that the knowledge was too dangerous for mortals. Despite these warnings, Khufu copied the entire text before returning the original. Yet the story ends with tragedy. Both the prince and those he loved suffered mysterious deaths, as if the knowledge itself carried a lethal burden. What makes this ancient tale particularly intriguing to modern researchers is how closely it parallels actual archaeological discoveries. In 1928, British Egyptologist Battiscombe Gunn uncovered a sealed chamber beneath a Middle Kingdom tomb near Sahara. Inside, alongside the expected burial goods, lay a collection of papyrus scrolls wrapped in linen and placed within a specially constructed wooden box. The scrolls contained mathematical treatises, astronomical observations, and medical procedures that seemed remarkably advanced for their supposed time period. Dr. Joanne Fletcher, who examined the scrolls in the 1990s, noted several anomalies that defied conventional understanding of ancient Egyptian knowledge. One scroll contained geometric proofs that wouldn't be formally developed in Greek mathematics for another 4 centuries. Another described surgical procedures for cataract removal using techniques remarkably similar to modern methods. Most puzzling of all was a text that appeared to catalog star positions with a level of precision that should have been impossible without telescopic observation. The papyrus fragments discovered in Cairo, markets decades later, seem to be part of this same tradition. Hieroglyphic expert Dr. Richard Parkinson spent 7 years translating the texts, working with specialists in ancient Egyptian mathematics, astronomy, and religious practices. What emerged was a coherent system of knowledge that encompassed multiple disciplines, all apparently derived from a comprehensive source text that the scribes referred to as the words of Thoth, which contain all wisdom. One fragment contained tables of astronomical data that corresponded precisely to stellar observations made by modern telescopes. The calculations showed detailed knowledge of planetary orbits, lunar cycles, and stellar positions that conventional Egyptology insists the ancients couldn't have possessed. When Dr. Parkinson consulted with astronomers at Oxford University, they confirmed that the data was not only accurate, but represented observations spanning several centuries, far longer than any individual astronomer could have compiled through direct observation. Another fragment focused on what appeared to be principles of engineering and construction. The mathematical relationships described in the text aligned perfectly with proportions found in the most precisely built Egyptian monuments, including the Great Pyramid and the Temple of Karnak. But the text went further, providing formulas for calculating load-bearing capacities, foundation depths, and architectural proportions that wouldn't be formally codified until the Renaissance period in Europe. Perhaps most intriguing was a section that dealt with what the scribes called the medicines of transformation. The text described healing practices that combined herbal remedies with precise geometric arrangements, suggesting that ancient Egyptian medical knowledge may have been far more sophisticated than previously understood. When pharmacologist Dr. Andreas Schmidt analyzed the chemical compounds referenced in the text, he discovered that several represented advanced understanding of biochemistry, including descriptions of antibiotic properties in certain plant combinations, and detailed knowledge of how specific minerals affected human physiology. The mystery deepens when considering how such knowledge could have been preserved and transmitted across centuries. Ancient Egyptian priestly schools were highly secretive, with different levels of initiation providing access to increasingly specialized knowledge. The highest priests, those who served in the most sacred temple chambers, underwent decades of training before being entrusted with the most guarded secrets of their tradition. Archaeological evidence suggests that major temple complexes like Abydos and Dendera maintained vast libraries of papyrus texts, many of which were destroyed during various periods of political upheaval or religious persecution. What survived often did so by chance, hidden in sealed chambers or buried with priests who took their knowledge to the grave. Modern attempts to locate additional fragments of the Book of Thoth have proven frustrating. Several private collectors claim to possess pieces of the text, but authentication proves difficult when the material becomes entangled in the shadowy world of antiquities trading. Egyptian authorities have restricted access to many temple sites where such texts might be discovered, citing both preservation concerns and national security interests. What remains clear is that the knowledge attributed to the Book of Thoth represents something far more significant than mythological speculation. The mathematical, astronomical, and medical insights contained in confirmed fragments suggest access to observational data and theoretical understanding that challenges conventional timelines of human intellectual development. The ancient text continues to elude complete understanding, its secrets scattered across fragments and copies, waiting in the silence of sealed chambers yet to be discovered. Perhaps the most profound mystery isn't what the Book of Thoth contained, but how such knowledge came to exist in the first place, preserved through millennia by those who understood its true significance. The Secret of Tomb KV5. When Kent Weeks first stepped into KV5 in 1995, he expected to find another modest pharaonic burial chamber. What he discovered instead defied every assumption archaeologists held about Valley of the Kings architecture. The tomb stretched far beyond the initial chambers, branching into a labyrinthine network of corridors and rooms that would eventually number over 120 separate spaces. No other tomb in Egypt comes close to this scale. The sheer size poses its own mystery. Standard pharaonic tombs follow predictable patterns, descending corridors leading to burial chambers, maybe a few antechambers for grave goods. KV5 breaks these rules entirely. Its corridors spiral in multiple directions, creating a complex that resembles an underground city more than a traditional tomb. The question haunts every visitor: who required such enormous space and depth? Weeks and his team found tantalizing clues scattered throughout the chambers. Fragments of artifacts bearing the cartouches of Ramesses II's sons, pottery shards, bits of mummification materials. The evidence suggested this massive tomb served as a burial place for the pharaoh's numerous male offspring. Ramesses II fathered over 100 children during his 67-year reign, and many of his sons died before ascending to the throne themselves. Yet the tomb's layout defies this interpretation. If KV5 housed multiple princely burials, where are the individual burial chambers? Most of the rooms appear unfinished, their walls roughly cut from the limestone bedrock. Some chambers end abruptly, as if the ancient workers abandoned them mid-construction. Others connect to corridors that lead nowhere, terminating in solid rock walls that show no signs of intentional closure. The tomb's entrance itself tells a puzzling story. Unlike the grand doorways marking other royal tombs, KV5's opening was modest, almost hidden. When Weeks first cleared the debris choking the entrance, he found evidence of multiple ancient attempts to seal and reseal the tomb. Someone kept returning to this place, opening it again and again across decades or perhaps centuries. Water damage has erased much of the tomb's original decoration, but fragments remain. Hieroglyphic inscriptions mention ritual ceremonies involving the pharaoh's sons, but the texts are incomplete, damaged by millennia of flash floods that periodically swept through the valley. The readable portions reference the king's son repeatedly, but rarely provide specific names. It's as if the tomb was designed to honor the concept of royal succession rather than specific individuals. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed even more chambers beyond those already excavated. The tomb extends deeper into the bedrock than anyone initially suspected, with additional levels that remain largely unexplored. Some corridors are completely flooded, filled with centuries of accumulated debris and water. Others are too structurally unstable to enter safely. The construction techniques used in KV5 differ markedly from other valley tombs. While most pharaonic burials were carved with precision and decorated with care, much of KV5 appears hastily excavated. Tool marks on the walls suggest the workers used different implements than those found in contemporary tombs. Some chambers show evidence of modification after their initial construction, as if the tomb's purpose changed during the building process. One chamber, designated Room 3 by the excavation team, contains a series of small niches carved into the walls at regular intervals. Each niche is precisely sized to hold a standard canopic jar, yet no jars were found in place. The chamber could have accommodated the preserved organs of dozens of individuals, but the lack of any remaining burial goods makes this interpretation speculative at best. The tomb's orientation also raises questions. Most Valley of the King's burials align with astronomical phenomena, meaningful to ancient Egyptian burial practices: the path of the sun god Ra through the underworld, the rising of significant stars, the cardinal directions. KV5's main axis points toward a section of the valley wall that holds no apparent astronomical or religious significance. Carbon dating of organic materials found throughout the tomb has produced inconsistent results. Some samples date to the expected period of Ramesses II's reign, while others appear significantly older or younger. The scattered dating suggests the tomb saw use over an extended period, possibly serving different functions at different times. Recent investigations have focused on a series of chambers that appear to have been deliberately sealed in antiquity. Unlike the flood damage that closed other areas, these chambers were blocked with carefully fitted stone slabs. The seals bear official markings, but the hieroglyphs are worn beyond easy translation. Whatever lies behind these barriers remains unknown. The tomb's connection to Ramesses II seems certain, given the inscriptional evidence, but its exact purpose continues to elude archaeologists. Was it truly a family mausoleum for the pharaoh's sons? A storage facility for burial goods? Some kind of ritual complex associated with royal succession? The evidence supports multiple theories without confirming any single explanation. Local workers who assist with the excavation sometimes report strange acoustic properties within the tomb. Sounds carry unusually far through the corridors, and some chambers seem to amplify whispers while deadening normal conversation. These effects likely result from the tomb's unusual architecture and the limestone's natural properties, but they add an unsettling quality to work within the complex. Modern mapping efforts have revealed that KV5 extends beneath several other tombs in the valley, creating a complex three-dimensional puzzle of underground chambers. The tomb's true extent may never be fully known, as portions have collapsed or become inaccessible over the millennia. The silence within KV5 feels different from other ancient sites. In most archaeological locations, you sense the weight of history, the presence of lives once lived. Here, the emptiness feels deliberate, as if the tomb was designed to hold secrets rather than simply bodies. Whatever truths lie buried in its unexplored chambers wait patiently in the darkness, guarded by stone and time and the endless, watchful desert above. The enigmatic Temple of Edfu. 3 archaeologists stood before the towering walls of Edfu Temple in 1860, their lanterns casting flickering shadows across hieroglyphs that seemed to move in the amber light. What they discovered that night would challenge everything we thought we knew about ancient Egyptian construction and the stories these stones were meant to tell. The Temple of Edfu sits along the Nile's western bank, its sandstone walls rising like sentinels from the desert floor. Dedicated to Horus, the falcon-headed god of sky and kingship, this temple represents one of the most complete religious structures surviving from ancient Egypt. Yet completion, in this case, brings with it a host of questions that modern archaeology still struggles to answer. Built during the Ptolemaic period, between 237 and 57 BCE, Edfu should represent a decline in Egyptian architectural mastery. The pharaonic Golden Age had long passed. Greek influence dominated the region. Traditional Egyptian craftsmanship was supposedly in retreat. The temple's walls, however, tell a different story entirely. Dr. Sarah Parkek, a satellite archaeologist who has spent decades studying Egyptian construction techniques, made an observation that continues to perplex researchers. The precision of Edfu's stonework exceeds that found in many earlier temples built during Egypt's supposed architectural peak. The joints between massive blocks are so tight that a knife blade cannot slip between them. The alignment of the structure demonstrates an understanding of engineering principles that seems inconsistent with what we know about Ptolemaic-era capabilities. The mystery deepens when you examine the hieroglyphic inscriptions covering nearly every available surface. These aren't simple religious texts or royal propaganda. They contain detailed architectural instructions, mathematical formulas, and construction techniques that read more like technical manuals than sacred writings. Some inscriptions describe building methods that modern engineers recognize as acoustically sophisticated, designed to amplify and direct sound in ways that suggest the temple served purposes beyond traditional worship. French Egyptologist Émile Chassagnat spent decades translating Edfu's inscriptions in the early 1900s. His work revealed something extraordinary. The texts claim the temple was built according to plans found in an ancient archive, blueprints that dated back thousands of years before construction began. The inscriptions speak of the followers of Horus, who possessed knowledge of sacred architecture, passed down from a primordial time when gods walked among mortals. These aren't vague mythological references. The inscriptions provide specific measurements, describe particular tools, and outline construction sequences with the precision of modern architectural drawings. They mention drilling techniques for working granite that require tools we haven't definitively identified in the archaeological record. They describe methods for moving massive stone blocks that don't align with our understanding of ancient Egyptian transportation capabilities. Professor John Anthony West, who spent his career studying Egyptian anomalies, documented something even more intriguing at Edfu. The temple's acoustic properties create specific resonant frequencies when sounds are produced at particular locations within the structure. These frequencies correspond to mathematical ratios found in the hieroglyphic inscriptions, suggesting the builders understood principles of harmonic resonance that wouldn't be formally documented in Western science until centuries later. The temple's orientation presents another puzzle. While most Egyptian temples align with cardinal directions or significant celestial events, Edfu's alignment corresponds to stellar positions that would have been invisible to the naked eye during the Ptolemaic period. The temple appears to be positioned according to star charts that account for precession effects spanning thousands of years, requiring astronomical knowledge far beyond what historical records suggest was available to Ptolemaic architects. Inside the temple's inner chambers, archaeologists have found evidence of activities that don't match conventional religious practices. Scorch marks on specific stones suggest controlled burning at temperatures that would require advanced fuel sources. Chemical analysis of residue found in sealed chambers reveals traces of compounds that don't occur naturally in the region and would have required sophisticated processing techniques to produce. The temple's foundation presents perhaps the most perplexing mystery of all. Ground-penetrating radar surveys conducted in the 1990s revealed that Edfu sits atop a complex network of chambers and passages carved directly into bedrock. These underground spaces don't appear on any temple plan and can't be accessed through known entrances. The radar data suggests they extend far beyond the temple's footprint, connecting to other underground structures scattered across the region. Dr. Zahi Hawass, former Secretary General of Egypt's Supreme Council of Antiquities, has acknowledged that Edfu's underground chambers represent architectural elements that require further investigation. This cautious language masks a more significant admission. We don't understand what these spaces were designed to accomplish or how they were constructed with such precision so far beneath the desert surface. Recent laser scanning of Edfu's walls has revealed another anomaly. The hieroglyphic inscriptions contain subtle variations in depth and angle that create optical effects when viewed under specific lighting conditions. During certain times of day, shadows cast by these micro-variations form additional symbols and patterns not visible under normal circumstances. These hidden inscriptions appear to tell parallel stories to those carved on the surface, creating layers of meaning that suggest the temple was designed as a three-dimensional text rather than simply a religious structure. The implications stretch beyond archaeology into questions about the continuity of knowledge in the ancient world. If the Ptolemaic builders of Edfu truly possessed architectural and engineering knowledge that exceeded their historical period's documented capabilities, where did this knowledge originate? The temple's inscriptions claim it came from much earlier sources, preserved through centuries of political upheaval and foreign domination. Night still falls across Edfu's ancient stones, and shadows still dance across hieroglyphs that contain more questions than answers. The temple stands as a testament to capabilities that don't fit neatly into our understanding of ancient Egyptian civilization's rise and decline. Each translation reveals new complexities, each survey uncovers additional mysteries, each investigation opens doors to chambers we didn't know existed. The falcon god Horus was said to possess the all-seeing eye, capable of perceiving truths hidden from mortal vision. At Edfu, his temple continues to guard secrets that challenge our assumptions about what ancient builders knew, what they were capable of creating, and what knowledge they possessed that we have yet to recover. Sudden desert anomaly. The White Desert. 400 kilometers southwest of Cairo, where Egypt's western desert stretches endlessly toward Libya, lies a landscape so alien that astronauts have mistaken it for polar ice fields from space. The White Desert of Farafra presents formations that challenge our understanding of how nature sculpts stone, creating mushroom-shaped monoliths and delicate arches that seem to defy the harsh physics of desert weathering. Dr. Weathering. Ahmed Farouk first encountered these chalky sentinels in 1987, while conducting routine geological surveys. His team had been mapping groundwater flows when their instruments began registering anomalous readings. The rock formations weren't just white, they were composed of limestone that had been transformed through processes that orthodox geology struggles to fully explain. The mystery deepens when you consider the timeline. These formations stand in a desert that experiences temperature swings of 40 degrees Celsius between day and night. Such extreme thermal cycling should have shattered limestone into rubble millennia ago. Yet here, delicate spires rise 20 meters into the sky, their surfaces polished smooth as marble, some balanced so precariously that a strong wind should topple them. What makes the White Desert particularly puzzling is its chemical composition. Standard limestone forms from compressed marine sediments over millions of years, but spectroscopic analysis reveals trace elements that shouldn't exist in this configuration. Microscopic crystals of minerals typically found in deep-sea thermal vents, embedded within rock that supposedly formed in shallow ancient seas. The formations display patterns that seem almost intentional, circular clearings where no white rock exists, surrounded by perfect rings of mushroom stones, corridors that stretch for kilometers, their walls carved with mathematical precision. From satellite imagery, certain sections reveal geometric arrangements that mirror constellations visible during Egypt's pre-dynastic period. Local Bedouin tribes have stories about this place that predate written Egyptian history. They speak of the white guardians formations that ancient peoples believed were sentries turned to stone, watching over buried secrets. According to their oral traditions, the desert wasn't always white. Elder storytellers describe a time when the area was covered in black stone, transformed overnight by what they call the breath of Khnum, the ram-headed god of creation. Modern dating techniques have produced contradictory results. Carbon testing of organic materials trapped within the limestone suggests ages ranging from 50,000 to 2 million years, but paleomagnetic analysis indicates the rocks were last subjected to intense geological forces just 12,000 years ago, exactly coinciding with the end of the last ice age and the beginning of Egyptian civilization. The truly inexplicable aspect emerges when researchers study the desert's acoustic properties. Sound behaves strangely here. Whispers carry for hundreds of meters without losing clarity, while shouts sometimes vanish completely just meters from the speaker. Seismic equipment detects underground chambers that echo sound for impossible durations, up to 47 seconds for a single hand clap. In 2019, ground-penetrating radar revealed a network of caverns beneath the white formations, chambers arranged in patterns that mirror the surface structures above. 3 separate expeditions have attempted to access these underground spaces. Each time, drilling equipment has encountered anomalous resistance, not from harder rock, but from what engineers describe as selective density variations that seem to deflect attempts at specific entry points while allowing access to others. The most recent investigation, led by an international team from Cambridge and Cairo University, documented something unprecedented. Time-lapse photography over 6 months revealed that certain formations actually change position, not through erosion or collapse, but through subtle rotation and shifting that follows no known geological process. One mushroom-shaped pillar moved 14 centimeters over 90 days, leaving no evidence of ground disturbance. These movements correlate with lunar cycles in ways that conventional geology cannot explain. During new moons, the formations remain stationary. But as lunar phases progress toward full, magnetometer readings detect subtle energy signatures that intensify around the white rocks. Local ambient temperature drops by precisely 2.3 degrees Celsius during these periods, while electromagnetic sensors register patterns that resemble the fields generated by quartz crystals under pressure. The question becomes even more complex when considering the desert's isolation. The nearest permanent water source lies 200 kilometers away. No known geological processes could have transported the specific minerals found here across such distances. Yet chemical analysis reveals trace elements that exist nowhere else in Egypt, compounds typically associated with meteorite impacts, but without any evidence of impact craters. Recent archaeological discoveries have added another layer to the mystery. Pottery fragments found buried around the formations date to Egypt's first dynasty, approximately 5,000 years ago. But these aren't ordinary ceramics. They contain the same anomalous mineral compounds found in the white limestone, suggesting ancient peoples not only knew about this place, but incorporated its materials into sacred objects. Hieroglyphic texts from the Old Kingdom reference a desert of transformation, where initiates underwent secret rituals. The descriptions match the White Desert's location and appearance with unsettling accuracy. More intriguingly, these texts describe the formations as alive, responsive to human presence, and capable of revealing truths to those pure of intention. Modern visitors report unusual experiences that echo these ancient accounts. Multiple independent witnesses describe feeling watched while walking among the formations. Others report dreams of unprecedented vividness after sleeping in the desert. Some claim to hear voices speaking ancient Egyptian, though no other people are present for miles. The White Desert continues to resist easy explanation. Each scientific study raises more questions than it answers. The formations stand as a testament to processes we don't fully understand, in a landscape that seems designed to challenge our assumptions about how the natural world operates. as satellites continue mapping Earth's surfaces and algorithms analyze every square meter of terrain. Places like this remind us that mystery still exists. The White Sentinels keep their secrets, patient and persistent, in the silence of the Sahara. They wait for the questions we haven't yet learned to ask. The hidden waterways under the Sahara. 3,000 years ago, Roman engineers discovered something impossible while surveying the Egyptian frontier. Their detailed records describe freshwater springs emerging from solid bedrock, hundreds of miles from the nearest river. They couldn't explain it then. We're still struggling to understand it now. Beneath the Sahara Desert lies one of Earth's largest freshwater systems, a hidden ocean that dwarfs the Great Lakes, flowing silently through limestone corridors that have never seen sunlight. The Nubian sandstone aquifer stretches across 4 countries, holding enough water to fill Lake Superior 6 times over. But here's what makes archaeologists pause. The ancient Egyptians knew about it. Pottery shards found in remote desert outposts contain residue from water that could only have come from deep underground sources. Wells in the middle of nowhere, their stone-lined shafts descending beyond what should have been possible with copper tools and rope. Ostraca, limestone flakes used as ancient notepads, bearing detailed maps of water sources that modern satellite imaging confirms with startling accuracy. Dr. Farouk El-Baz, who helped NASA map the moon before turning his attention to his native Egypt, spent decades using space-age radar to peer beneath the sand. What he found challenged everything we thought we knew about ancient settlement patterns. His team identified dozens of buried river channels, some wider than the modern Nile, creating a network of waterways that once made the Sahara bloom. The implications ripple outward like stones dropped in still water. If the ancient Egyptians had access to this underground abundance, why did they cluster so tightly along the Nile? Why do papyrus texts speak of arduous desert journeys when vast freshwater resources lay beneath their feet? Ground-penetrating radar surveys conducted in the 1990s revealed something even more intriguing. Beneath several remote temple sites, geometric patterns appear in the bedrock, regular shapes that suggest intentional excavation. These aren't natural cave systems. The angles are too precise, the chambers too symmetrically arranged. Someone carved extensive underground networks, connecting natural water sources with artificial channels. Hieratic texts from the Middle Kingdom reference the hidden waters of Ra's domain, passages that Egyptologists once dismissed as purely mythological. Now, archaeological evidence suggests these texts might have been practical instructions. Detailed measurements, cardinal directions, depth calculations, operating manuals for accessing an invisible infrastructure. In 1981, a French archaeological team working near the Baharia oasis made an unexpected discovery while excavating a Roman-era settlement. 30 feet below the surface, they encountered a perfectly preserved ancient Egyptian well shaft that descended another 60 feet through solid limestone. At the bottom, fresh water still flowed through man-made channels, cut with precision, that impressed their modern engineers. Carbon dating of organic material found in similar shafts across the Western Desert consistently returns dates from Egypt's Old and Middle Kingdoms, the same periods when pyramid construction reached its zenith. The coincidence troubles researchers. Building monuments that have puzzled engineers for millennia, while simultaneously creating sophisticated water management systems that we're only now beginning to understand. Satellite archaeology has revealed even more puzzling details. Ancient quarry sites, located hundreds of miles from both the Nile and any known water source, show evidence of supporting large workforces for extended periods. Oracle bone inscriptions from much later Chinese dynasties describe Egyptian merchants arriving with detailed knowledge of desert springs, water sources that allowed direct trans-Saharan trade routes centuries before anyone else attempted such journeys. The technology required to locate, access, and manage these underground resources shouldn't have existed in the Bronze Age, yet the evidence keeps accumulating. Bronze Age pottery, containing strontium isotopes that match deep aquifer water samples, tool marks on well walls showing techniques that optimize water flow in ways that modern hydraulic engineers struggle to improve upon. Dr. Sahi Hawass once described finding a papyrus fragment near Saqqara that contained what appeared to be a hydrogeological survey, detailed notes about underground water tables, seasonal variations, and optimal drilling depths. The papyrus dated to the 4th dynasty, making it contemporary with the Great Pyramid's construction. The mathematical calculations were sophisticated enough to guide modern well drilling operations. Perhaps most unsettling are the implications for our understanding of ancient Egyptian agriculture. Standard archaeological models assume complete dependence on the Nile's annual flood cycle, but if vast underground water sources were available, entire populations could have thrived in regions we now consider uninhabitable desert. The demographic calculations for pyramid construction suddenly become less impossible. Recent seismic studies have detected enormous underground voids beneath several desert temple complexes, spaces too large and too regular to be natural caverns. These aren't burial chambers or storage rooms. They're vast cisterns, designed to collect and store water from underground sources on an industrial scale. The engineering sophistication rivals anything the Romans achieved 1,000 years later. In 2019, a joint Egyptian-German expedition used advanced ground-penetrating radar to map the subsurface architecture of the Dashur Pyramid complex. Their scans revealed an extensive network of channels and chambers extending far beyond the pyramid's footprint, an underground system that appears to connect with natural aquifer sources. The discovery has yet to be fully explored, but preliminary evidence suggests a level of integration between monument construction and water management that rewrites our understanding of ancient Egyptian capabilities. The silence of the written record makes the mystery deeper. If the Egyptians possessed such advanced knowledge of underground hydrology, why did they guard it so carefully? What we're uncovering suggests not just practical engineering, but a systematic understanding of geological processes that wouldn't be formally recognized by Western science until the 19th century. The Sahara keeps its secrets well, but beneath the endless sand, ancient channels still carry water through darkness, following paths carved by hands that understood the hidden architecture of the earth better than we ever imagined. The evidence flows around us, patient as groundwater, waiting for someone to finally connect all the scattered pieces into something that makes sense. The unrevealed technology of the ancient Egyptian drill. In the basement of the Cairo Museum, stored in a wooden crate that hasn't been opened in 30 years, sits a piece of granite. Nothing remarkable about it, except for one detail that has made 3 generations of archaeologists avoid the uncomfortable questions it raises. The stone contains a perfectly round hole, 6 inches deep, carved with a precision that our modern diamond-tip drills can barely achieve. The hole was cut 4,500 years ago. Dr. Christopher Dunn spent 15 years as a machinist before he became an Egyptologist. When he first examined the granite cores pulled from the Great Pyramid complex, his reaction was immediate and unsettling. These weren't the rough, hand-carved channels that conventional archaeology had led him to expect. The spiral grooves descending into the stone were uniform, consistent, and created by a feed rate that would challenge contemporary industrial equipment. The mathematics were straightforward. To achieve the spiral pattern visible in the granite, whatever tool the ancient Egyptians used had to advance into the stone at a rate of 1/10 of an inch per revolution. Dunn calculated the forces involved. The drill would have needed to exert over 2 tons of pressure while rotating at several hundred revolutions per minute. The precision required wasn't just impressive for the Bronze Age, it was impressive for any age. Yet orthodox archaeology maintains that these cores were created using copper tubes, sand, and patient manual labor. The theory suggests that ancient workers spun copper cylinders by hand, using quartz sand as an abrasive, slowly grinding their way through some of the hardest stone on Earth. The process would have been monumentally inefficient, requiring months to create what appears to have been accomplished in hours. Petrie was the first to document the anomaly. In 1883, while cataloging artifacts from the Giza complex, he measured the spiral grooves in the granite cores with the methodical precision that made his reputation. His notes, preserved in the archives of the Egyptian Exploration Society, reveal a man struggling with an impossible equation. The grooves were too regular, too deep, too perfectly spaced to be the result of hand-powered tools. He wrote to his colleague, Professor Sayesi, describing his measurements with barely concealed frustration. The evidence suggested mechanical drilling, but mechanical drilling required machinery that supposedly didn't exist for another 4 millennia. Petrie's solution was to assume that the ancient Egyptians had somehow weighted their primitive drills with extraordinary force, creating conditions that could produce the observed results. The assumption never quite fit the facts. Modern experiments have attempted to replicate the drilling process using period-appropriate tools. Teams of archaeologists, working with copper tubes and sand, have managed to create holes in granite. The results are instructive. The holes are rough, irregular, and require enormous amounts of time to achieve even modest depths. The characteristic spiral grooves that mark the ancient cores simply don't appear using manual techniques. The discrepancy becomes more pronounced when examining the harder stones. Granite is challenging, but the ancient Egyptians routinely drilled through diorite and basalt, materials that rank among the most difficult to work with primitive tools. The Vatican museums contain an exquisite diorite bowl, carved during the 4th dynasty, that displays evidence of being turned on a lathe. The perfectly symmetrical curves and uniform wall thickness suggest rotational cutting at speeds that would have defeated any hand-powered mechanism. Then there are the saw marks. The limestone blocks in the pyramids bear the characteristic parallel grooves left by large circular saws. The grooves are uniform, evenly spaced, and extend deep into the stone. The geometry suggests blades several feet in diameter, cutting through limestone blocks that weigh several tons each. The precision is remarkable, but the scale is what defies explanation. Dunn theorized that the ancient Egyptians might have possessed some form of mechanized drilling equipment, possibly powered by techniques we don't understand. His research into the acoustic properties of the Great Pyramid led him to propose that the structure itself might have been a kind of machine, converting seismic energy into useful power. The theory is speculative, but it addresses the central problem. The evidence demands power sources that conventional archaeology cannot provide. The alternative explanations have grown increasingly creative. Some researchers suggest that the ancient Egyptians discovered ultrasonic drilling, using sound waves to fracture the stone at the molecular level. Others propose that they had access to acids or chemical compounds that could dissolve granite, creating the appearance of mechanical drilling. Each theory addresses part of the evidence while leaving other aspects unexplained. The granite cores themselves tell a story of industrial efficiency. The ancient workers didn't just drill holes, they extracted the cores intact, suggesting that the cylindrical pieces of stone had value in their own right. Some were fashioned into vessels, others into architectural elements. The process implies a systematic approach to stoneworking that goes beyond the patient handicraft traditionally associated with ancient construction. The most unsettling aspect of the drilling mystery isn't the technology itself, but the silence that surrounds it. Most academic discussions of Egyptian construction methods simply skip over the drilling evidence, focusing instead on the transportation and placement of stone blocks. The granite cores are mentioned in passing, if at all, usually with the assumption that the hand-powered explanation is sufficient. Yet the physical evidence remains. In museums around the world, in private collections, and in the storage rooms of archaeological digs, the cores wait with their perfect spiral grooves and their impossible precision. They represent a gap in our understanding of ancient capabilities that has persisted for more than a century. The implications extend beyond Egypt. If the ancient Egyptians possessed advanced drilling technology, what other capabilities might they have developed? The precision evident in the granite cores suggests a level of technological sophistication that would have supported achievements we haven't yet recognized. The mystery deepens with each new discovery, each careful measurement, each attempt to replicate the ancient techniques. The stones continue to resist our explanations, holding their secrets in the permanent record of spiral grooves that shouldn't exist. The profound silence of the desert. The desert remembers everything and speaks of nothing. Stand at the edge of the Sahara as twilight descends, and you'll understand why ancient Egyptians believed this vast expanse was the dwelling place of the gods. The silence here isn't merely the absence of sound, it's something deeper, more complete. It's the kind of quiet that seems to press against your chest, filling spaces you didn't know existed within you. For 5,000 years, this desert has cradled the monuments we've spent tonight exploring, every mystery we've touched upon, the unexplained precision of the pyramids, the hidden chambers, the lost technologies, all of it rests within this profound stillness. The sand shifts and flows, covering and revealing, keeping its secrets with the patience only geological time can teach. Modern science has tried to measure this silence. Acoustic researchers have discovered that certain areas of the Egyptian desert register among the quietest places on Earth. Without the interference of human civilization, without the constant hum of our modern world, the desert approaches something close to absolute quiet. But those who've spent nights alone among the dunes report something beyond mere silence, a presence that feels both ancient and eternal. The Egyptians called this desert Deshret, the Red Land, distinguishing it from Kemet, the fertile black land of the Nile Valley. But they understood it as more than simply barren space. In their cosmology, the desert was where the sun god Ra traveled during the night hours, moving through the underworld before emerging reborn at dawn. The silence of the desert was the silence of transformation, of death giving way to renewal. Archaeological teams working in remote desert sites often describe a phenomenon they struggle to articulate. After days of careful excavation under the relentless sun, after the equipment is stowed and the camp settles into quiet, something profound occurs. The desert doesn't just become silent, it becomes a kind of listening presence. Night sounds that should exist simply don't. No insects, no wind through vegetation that isn't there, no distant highway hum that we've all grown so accustomed to we forget it exists. Dr. Wall, Margaret Hassan, who spent 3 decades excavating Middle Kingdom sites deep in the Western Desert, once described it as the most complete absence I've ever encountered. Not empty, absent, as if sound itself chooses not to exist there. Her teams would often find themselves whispering even during necessary nighttime conversations, as if raising their voices would violate something sacred. This silence has weight, texture, dimension. It's the silence of eons, of stone monuments that have watched the same stars wheel overhead for millennia. It's the silence of empty tomb chambers, where pharaohs once dreamed of eternal life. It's the silence of mysteries that have outlasted empires, outlasted religions, outlasted entire ways of understanding the world. The ancient texts speak of this desert silence as divine. The coffin texts, those intricate instructions for navigating the afterlife, describe regions of absolute quiet where the dead must learn to exist without breath, without heartbeat, without the small sounds of living that usually mark our presence in the world. These weren't descriptions of death as ending, but of death as transformation into something larger, more encompassing than individual consciousness. Travelers crossing the desert throughout history have reported the same experience. The 19th century explorer Richard Burton wrote of nights in the Egyptian desert where silence became a presence unto itself, more companion than absence. T.E. Lawrence described the Saharan quiet as deeper than sleep, more permanent than peace. These weren't simply poetic flourishes. They were attempts to describe something that exists beyond our usual experience of quiet. Sleep researchers have begun studying what they call profound environmental silence and its effects on human consciousness. In laboratory settings, complete acoustic isolation often produces anxiety, hallucinations, even panic, but the desert silence operates differently. Instead of the artificial void of a soundproof chamber, desert quiet exists within the natural world. It's silence that includes the vastness of sky, the presence of stone and sand, the weight of history itself. Those who've spent extended time in Egypt's remote desert regions often report that sleep comes differently there. Not the fitful rest of our climate-controlled, electronically humming modern bedrooms, but something deeper. Sleep that feels connected to the rhythms of the earth itself, to the slow breathing of geological time. Sleep that somehow incorporates the presence of all those who have slept on this sand before, the pyramid builders, the tomb guardians, the desert monks who sought solitude among these stones. The silence holds them all. Every whispered prayer in ancient temples, every chisel strike that shaped the monuments, every footstep of the countless generations who found meaning among these mysteries. The desert has absorbed it all, transformed it into this profound quiet that feels less like absence and more like completion. As the night deepens and the ancient stars emerge, the same constellations that guided Egyptian astronomers, the same patterns they built into their temples and tombs, the silence deepens too. It becomes a tangible presence, a gentle weight that settles over the landscape and everything within it. This is the sleep of stones, the rest of pyramids, the dreams of sphinxes. This is the silence that has cradled mysteries for 5,000 years, patiently waiting for us to stop asking questions long enough to simply listen. In this profound quiet, surrounded by wonders that continue to elude our understanding, perhaps we too can find the rest that the ancients sought when they built their monuments to endure forever. The desert remembers everything, speaks of nothing, and in its infinite silence offers us the deepest peace of all.